The Out There channel.
Please sub and share.
Searching for the truth. UFOs, aliens, greys and ufology. Real images, real stories, real videos, real cases, researched and investigated by professionals in the field and cutting-edge discoveries. Multiple witnesses, abduction accounts brought to you by Team The Out There channel. Good to be back. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Action.
Yo, we're up and running. Odyssey is acted up today, and so we're streaming to 5 instead of 6. So we should be live on YouTube, Twitch, Pilled, Rumble, and X, or Twitter as it used to be called. So, who's out there, anybody? Set up open lines as well. Just put it up there. Okay, okay. Thought it was blank there for a minute. Yeah. I might have to email Odyssey and say they're down. So a wee bit late because of that. I was seeing if I could try it, get it up and running, but no. So we're doing ancient aliens today. Working out fact from fiction or mythology. I hope my nose doesn't block up. I forgot to put nasal spray in. Actually, I've got some Vicks here. Vicks inhaler, whatever it's called. It's not as good as the other stuff, but yeah, it sort of works. Okay, so where do we get to? Oh yeah, my website. Paste it up now. So I've changed the colours on the chat to dark mode instead of the default mode, which is some sort of slate colour. And now the links are clickable from this window. But I don't think you can still right click and copy. That option's not been added there. Yeah, I better get to the other screen. and pin that one. Don't know if anyone's around. It's not looking like it. So this might be my last time I try open line show, and I might go back to doing one show again. And if that doesn't work out, then maybe one show a month or whatever, just to keep the channel going and leave ufology to it. So yeah, it depends on support I get, I guess. It's been pretty dismal lately. So who's on X? I can't see anybody there. Why are we getting a blank screen there? Has it gone crazy again? Let me just reload it. X is not the best code. Yeah, looks like I had to reload it. Okay, looks like it might be working. Let's see, we got anybody there now? Just me, is it? What that says, wherever that's me. Okay, who we got on Pilled? Anybody up there? One watching, 3 passed by already. So if you want to come on voice, I'll post it up eventually, but might just do a wee bit of my own presentation first and then open it up, unless someone's desperate to come on and talk, which doesn't normally happen. Is the audio working alright? Let's see, I haven't checked it. 1, 2, 3, sounds alright this end. Who we got up on Rumble? Normally get a few people there that don't talk. Looks like we got 5. Why is it still playing the intro? Was it live there? Oh yeah. That one looks like it's live. Hey peeps. Yeah, looks like it's all going. And Twitch, who's up there? Anybody? No one here. Again, so I'm not sure how that gets advertised. I think people have to follow you, don't they? In the old days, we used to have loads of people jump on. Yeah, it says we're live. Okay. All checks done. Okay, we should be ready to go. It's just a matter of waiting for people to show up, I guess. Looks like Rumble's the most active platform, and Pilled, followed by Pilled. Okay. Although we only got one watching there. Okay. Normally this is a more favourable topic amongst the UFO heads for some reason. Maybe because they grew up with religion and Bible and all that sort of stuff. Surprised that Ancient Aliens made it even into 2nd season, let alone what's it up to now, 15, 16 seasons. Certainly makes those talking heads very rich. Okay, let's see. actually, I got the wrong page open. That's for tomorrow, isn't it? We need edge today. That's looking better. Because I might have to read out some of it. Well, maybe a bit of it actually. Stick it together. Okay, it's coming together. Who's out there? Say hi. You want me to do all the hard work. So let's start with this. So we start with the claims, but we will be doing some debunking today on it because it's a standalone topic really, and you can decide from there on. So starts off with these ones here. Desert glass formed by ancient atomic bombs? Question mark. So now I am become deaf. Sounds a bit like double Dutch, that does. The destroyer of worlds. Now I am become. I think it means now I have become deaf, isn't it? The destroyer of worlds. Is that misquoted? 7 years after the nuclear tests in Gordo, New Mexico. Actually, I might just get it to read out. Let's give it a try. I'll read out some of it anyway. I'll read down to there. See how it goes.
Desert glass formed by ancient atomic bombs? Read later. Print. By Leonardo Vintini, Epoch Times.
2014.
Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds, the Bhagavad Gita. 7 years after the nuclear tests in Alamogordo, New Mexico, Dr. J. Robert Oppenheimer, the father of the atomic bomb, was lecturing at a college when a student asked if it was the first atomic test conducted. Yes, in modern times, he replied. The sentence, enigmatic and incomprehensible at the time, was actually an allusion to ancient Hindu texts that describe an apocalyptic catastrophe that doesn't correlate with volcanic eruptions or other known phenomena. Oppenheimer, who avidly studied ancient Sanskrit, was undoubtedly referring to a passage in the Bhagavad Gita that describes a global disaster caused by an unknown weapon, a ray of iron. Ancient Hindu texts describe great battles taking place and an unknown weapon that causes great destruction. A manuscript illustration of the Battle of Kurukshetra, recorded in the Mahabharata. Image source, Wikipedia. While it may be alarming to the scientific community to speak of the existence of atomic weapons before the present cycle of civilization, evidence of this phenomenon seems to whisper its verses in every corner of the planet. Desert glass. This evidence comes not only from the Hindu verses, but also from ample extensions of fused glass fragments scattered throughout many deserts of the world. Silicon crystals, curiously cast, resemble remarkably the same fragments found after the nuclear explosions in Alamogordo's White Sands atomic testing site. In December 1932, Patrick Clayton, a surveyor from the Egyptian Geological Survey, drove between the dunes of the Great Sand Sea, close to the Sod Plateau in Egypt, when he heard crunching under the wheels. When he examined what was causing the sound, he found great chunks of glass in the sand. The find caught the attention of geologists around the world and planted the seed for one of the biggest modern scientific enigmas. What phenomenon could be capable of raising the temperature of desert sand to at least 3,300 degrees Fahrenheit, casting it into great sheets of solid yellow-green glass? While passing through Alamogordo's White Sands Missile Range, Albion W. Hart, one of the first engineers to graduate from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, observed that the chunks of glass left by nuclear tests were identical to the formations that he observed in the African desert 50 years earlier. However, the extension of the cast in the desert would require that the explosion be 10,000 times more powerful than that observed in New Mexico. Many scientists have sought to explain the dispersion of large glass rocks in the deserts of Libya, the Sahara, Mojave, and many other places in the world, as products of gigantic meteorite impacts. However, due to the absence of accompanying craters in the desert, the theory doesn't hold up. Neither satellite imagery nor sonar has been able to find any holes. If meteorites...
Okay, so recently they have found evidence. And as we know, we've had some large explosions occur in the atmosphere over Russia, and I think we saw one pass over China recently. So we do know that comets or asteroids and meteorites can explode without creating craters, right? So the thing is, where could they be hiding? Well, we know there's been lots of ancient meteorite impacts over the world, and if we have a look, in fact, I might have pictures of what I was working on. Maybe I was working on the meteorite and asteroid maps over America, and worked out all the paranormal locations. It's on a very old episode, but we can probably see if we can look it up again. Impact craters. Yes. Let's see what comes up still. Yep, looks like it's still here. So we know there have been some impacts all over the place, but here's a rough idea of where all the impact craters are currently found, going back millions of years. And you can see certainly a lot in America. And of course, 37 parallel runs right through here, right through there. This map looks like it might have been updated actually. Looks like there's a few over Russia here. I haven't found too many in Africa though, but there is a large one at the bottom here. And we know debris can rain down for quite a big distance, and there's that big one there that they know over Mexico. So yeah, we do know there are impact craters. And recently, let's see. Doomsday. I reckon they found a massive crater under Greenland's ice points to climate altering impact in the time of humans. So they found one that was 31 kilometers wide. May have been found as recently as I've been informed, as that magic number, the 12,800 years ago. remember that's sort of like a magic number when there's meant to be something major happen around the world in ancient times. I always seem to remember this number coming up. So when was this found? So after that article was written, this was in 2018. So that Greenland one, if it's that big, it fits the right timeline of when glass beads would be shrunk into the atmosphere. You might remember R.V. Loeb is currently investigating stuff like that under the sea, right? So they're finding these little glass beads. But generally, they know it comes from meteorites because meteorites are got a lot of iron in them. Normally it mixes in with the glass fragments, but it doesn't mean this one here was an iron asteroid. Still only making assumptions and guesswork, right? So yeah, we'll come back to that one, have a read of it. Carry on here.
Meteorites caused the formation of the glass. Where are the impact craters? Image source, Wikipedia. Furthermore, the glass rocks found in the Libyan desert present a grade of transparency and purity, 99%, that is not typical in the fusions of fallen meteorites, in which iron and other materials are mixed in with the cast silicon after the impact.
Which is what I was just saying.
Even so, scientists have proposed that the meteorites causing the glass rocks could have exploded several miles above the surface of Earth, similar to the Tunguska event, or simply rebounded in such a way that they carried with it the evidence of the impact, but leaving the heat from the friction.
So straight away, we can't really rule out ancient nukes, but what's more feasible? An ancient nuke from space called a meteorite or asteroid impact or explosion, mid-air explosion, like what happened in Tunguska, Russia, which they seem to blame on Tesla, saying that he was testing out his death ray or whatever it was. Probably more likely his radio transmission for wireless power, probably. Glass beads. Let's see if we can find them actually. Beads. Actually, Loeb. So I'm trying to keep like a balanced viewpoint on it all. I'll just follow the facts, right? Like I normally do. So I'm not prejudging things. Alien fragments. Okay, so cosmic impacts has become alien fragments on that particular thing. Because it sells, right? Study, it wasn't aliens, it was a truck. I don't think that's got anything to do with it. Okay, confirms interstellar material. That makes more sense there. Okay, we want some pictures of it. We don't want to listen to lots of videos. There he is. I sort of switched off this guy when he started pushing his books, and especially on third phase. So these are the glass beads, I guess, that he's found so far. Kind of looks like Planet Earth artwork. Yes, lots of pictures of him. And you can see they're not very big. And I think NASA talking about this space rock that what is it called again? Whatever. They're looking for the missing planet. They know there's a planet that has a large orbit, which goes in with the Planet X crowd, but it's not the Planet X that they think it is. They'd noticed that it was mucking around with the rocks on the outer belt, the space rocks that get flung towards Earth and the sun, and some of them end up being sucked into the sun, or meteorite showers. But apparently they found it as the latest news. Been confirmed. So I'll see if I can find that information actually. Let's get of glass beads from meter. Let's try that. Okay, that one doesn't look like it's got much iron in it. Glass pearls. And we got some ones that look like that green yellow glass they're talking about. There we go, look. So I think the article is a wee bit biased because it's on an ancient alien site. That's what I'm saying here. Definitely looks like there's a mix of them. And then we got a slice here. Planets formed from tiny glass beads. Got some fragments here, maybe. Ancient meteorites. A green meteorite. Here we go. Let's have a look at that one. So obviously the article's a wee bit biased. And it definitely looks like you got lots of variations going on there. So yeah, scientists can be wrong. Tektite, Tanzanian. Natural green. Looks pretty cool though. I wonder how much it cost. You could see that they could collect that and make it into necklaces and stuff like that. Space rock necklaces. Looks like they do cut it. Let's see. Meteorite glass. What its makeup. Probably have to go to all. Okay, so what's it made from? We don't want images. Alright. Organic material found trapped in ancient meteorites. Okay, so that could explain spermia as well. How it could be that planets explode and the debris just keeps on traveling through space, eventually lands through the atmosphere through Earth. We've been sabotaged. Okay, so is it going to tell us what's in it? Increase in magnitude of the explosion. A bit like when water from your spatula drips into a frying pan. Having the right amount of water at the surface during impact may have increased the magnitude of explosion. So as you know, if you've got water and stuff when you're frying it up like a English breakfast, like tomatoes and mushrooms with bacon. It can splatter. In Tasmania, the land was covered by swamps and rainforest, offering sufficient water to create the glass. Okay. So how would that work in the desert? Well, you got plenty of sand, which would form the glass. So it looks like there's two forms of this glass type stuff. With glass scattered around 150 square miles. So obviously that's something else you need to look into, I guess. Meteorite glass. Glass from desert sand, not water. Of course, we don't know what the deserts were. We don't know what the planet was like 12,000 years ago, but there was meant to be a great flood as well too. If a meteorite crashed in Iceland, there's plenty of water there. Would it be in range from Greenland to Africa? Let's have a look on the map. Distance from Greenland to Africa. It's a fair distance, 11,000 kilometers. So would a big meteorite impact of 31 miles across spread that far? And considering they're talking about meteorites, what we're talking about there, we're talking about a car size one or less, right? So that's 3 meters versus 31 kilometers, wasn't it? It's a fairly big chunk of rock coming down. Let me see, where is it again? Yeah, 31 kilometers. That's a fairly big chunk. That's going to go certainly all the way down to Africa and beyond, I'd say. So that sort of matches up, doesn't it? So what do they say here? Yes, glass can be made from desert sand. There's Libyan desert glass, radioactive, natural radioactive decay. The glass has been established. The origin of the glass occurred 28 million years ago. Okay, so how's that fit in with Indian Nukes, if it's that old? So they can work out the decay rate, must be very low. 28 million years ago, with half-life, right? Genuine desert glass has a victorious luster. Uranium glass. Oh, there we go. Glows in the dark. So do you if you eat it. But they're saying it's very low radioactivity here. Generally means that there is no negative health impacts. I don't know about you, but I'd probably stick with a normal ceramic dish. When you eat stuff, generally your little bits break off and you consume it, right? That's what they talked about, using silverware. Little flakes of silver, because we need, our body lacks silver sometimes. Strange yellow glass found in Libya. This may have. Okay, let's have a look at that one. May have what? It was discovered in 1933. May come from a meteorite, analysis shows, but impact crater is still missing. So there you go. So that's further on from the other article, I guess. 2023. So this is the latest update information on all this stuff. This is why we do this. We got to keep on researching and changing our viewpoints on old information. The Great Sand Sea Desert stretches over the area of 22,000 square kilometers. So I wonder if it's that one they found in Greenland that may have done it. Doesn't quite say that here though, and this is newer than the other article, but maybe the scientists didn't know about it. First described in a scientific paper in 1933. So this is probably where it got written into being proof of Indian nukes, right? The origin of the glass has been subject of debate among scientists for almost a century. Some suggest it might be from volcanoes on the moon. Others propose the product of lightning strikes. Glass that forms from fusion of sand and soil when they are hit by lightning. I guess there are like 5,000 lightning strikes every... Is it every minute or every hour? I always get it wrong. We'll look it up in a minute. Other theories suggest it's a result of sedimentary and hydrothermal processes caused by massive explosion of meteorite in the air. Yeah. Now, thanks to advanced microscopy technology, we believe we have the answer, along with colleagues from universities and science centers in Germany, Egypt, and Morocco. How do you say that word? Morocco. Morocco. Can we actually get it to read?
Strange yellow glass found in Libyan desert may have formed.
So how come it doesn't read what you select?
Strange yellow glass found in...
That's kind of stupid, isn't it? I think I had an add-on to solve that problem. But it should be built into the browser. Let me just see. So if my add-on's still here. What was it called? Read aloud or something. Translate. Open selection immersive reader. It might be that one now. Let's just try that. Here we go. No. Pretty sure. My add-on did a better job. Translate. It's all over the place here, isn't it? So it should like be in a section, you know, for the speech only. Okay, it should say natural. I didn't hear it. How come I didn't read it out? It's got no play thing, has it? Read aloud.
Natural.
Talk about complicated, Microsoft. Yeah, where was I? No, that wasn't it. Was it here? No, it wasn't that one. Let's close that one down now. That one, no. I lost my place. Where was it? Morocco, isn't it? That's it. Now I can think of it now. Morocco, but yeah. Now I just want to solve this. There we go. It was on this one, wasn't it? No, maybe not. Morocco. Into the article. I don't think I closed it by mistake, did I? Don't think it was that. What did I do with it? No. No, I don't think it was that, was it? I must have accidentally closed it. Let's have a look. And well, it doesn't really matter, this, does it? I lost my place now. I got a feeling it must have opened up in the same tab for reading or something. God, I hate how Microsoft mess around with stuff here. Where's the pull down for history? See, it's all different to other browsers. We got this pull down here instead, have we? Here's history. Shopping, yeah, it's all about that, isn't it? Bing, no. There, is it? Yeah, it doesn't come up the same like Chrome and Brave do. It normally comes up with a pop out with recents. It's pretty crappy. Edge. Now it gives it to us instead of as a pop out. So yeah, what were we looking at? None of that. So it's got in a different order. Okay. What's the last thing we're looking at here? No. Hang on. What's it done here? What's it going? What's going on? Today's 21st, is it? So what's the latest up here? Okay. Was it that one? Strange glass. No, it was called Solvin. Was it that one? Let's have a look. Does it may fall from lost meteorite? Was it that one? 23. I think it was, wasn't it? So where did we get down to? Yes, this is the one. Morocco. Yeah, I was trying it. Here we go. Back to the right place now. So now we have to go there. And then what does it do after that point? Did it close it down? I think it did, didn't it? Yeah. So we have to be careful of that one. And then you have to click on read aloud.
Morocco.
But I know how to say that now. I just couldn't get it in my head. Morocco. Okay, so now we've lost it. So that's where we lost it there. So we have to go back. Yep, okay. Okay. So how can we get it to read from where we left off? No thanks to it. Okay. So how do we get it to read from where we went? You have to click there.
Strange yellow glass found in Libyan desert
Blah, blah,
may have
blah.
formed from
That's
lost
the wrong
meteor
place.
impact.
Click down here.
The origin of the glass has been the subject of debate among scientists for almost a century. Some suggested it might be from volcanoes on the moon. Others propose it's the product of lightning strikes, fulgurites, glass that forms from fusion of sand and soil where they are hit by lightning.
Okay, I can read
Other
out better than I
theories
can
suggest
anyway.
it's the result of sedimentary or hydrothermal processes caused by a massive explosion of a meteor in the air, or that it came from a nearby meteorite crater. Now, thanks to advanced microscopy technology, we believe we have the answer. Along with colleagues from universities and science centers in Germany, Egypt, and Morocco, I have identified Libyan desert glass as originating from the impact of a meteorite on the Earth's surface. Related,
Yeah.
Earth is safe
It
from a
wasn't air
devastating
one.
asteroid impact for 1,000 years, probably. Space collisions are a primary process in the solar system, as planets and their natural satellites accreted via the asteroids and planet embryos, also called planetesimals, colliding with each other. These impacts helped our planet to assemble, too. Great
Yep.
Sand Desert Map in Libya. Image credit, Elizaveta Kovaleva. Under the microscope. In 1996, scientists determined that the glass was close to 29 million years old. A later study suggested the source material was composed of quartz grains, coated with mixed clay minerals and iron and titanium oxides. Get the Space.com newsletter. Breaking space news, the latest updates on rocket launches, skywatching events, and more. Contact me with news and offers from other future brands. Receive email from us on behalf of our
Great,
trusted
Microsoft.
partners or sponsors.
How do
By
you get
submitting
past
your
that crap?
information, you agree to the terms.
Just
This
something popped
latter
up there.
finding raised more questions, since the proposed age is older than the matching source material in the relevant area of the Great Sand Sea Desert. To put it simply, those source materials didn't exist in that location 29 million years ago. For our recent study, a co-author obtained 2 pieces of the glass from a local who had collected them in the Al Jaf region in southeastern Libya. We studied the samples with a state-of-the-art transmission electron microscopy (TEM) technique, which allows us to see tiny particles of material 20,000 times smaller than the thickness of a paper sheet. Using this super high magnification technique, we found small minerals in this glass, different types of zirconium oxide, ZrO2.
Now, they also got, if you've been watching Curse of Oak Island, they can use now X-rays to analyze material to see what's in it, like iron, gold, or whatever, and see the ratios. So yeah, the technology has come a long way in the last couple of years. So this was 2023, and I think some of that technology's come at the end of 2023. So as our tools get better, the more we're going to figure out, right? Minerals are composed of chemical elements, atoms of which form regularly three-dimensional packaging. Imagine putting eggs or soda bottles on a super shelf of the supermarket, layers on top of layers. So yeah, we don't want to read out all that. One polymorph of ZrO2. Zinc oxide, is it? Libya desert called cubic zirconia. Okay. Metal can only be formed at high temperatures above 2200 degrees Celsius. So yeah, just amazing how much science is figuring out stuff, right? But anyway, I'll post a link to that and you can have a read of it. So we're doing the investigation on this ancient alien nukes as the key here. Ancient meteor impacts. So, like I said, these ones are going to be cast size or less, right? That 31 mile across one, God knows what that did to the planet, but that probably was the one that wiped out the dinosaurs. Yeah, it makes you wonder how safe we are, right? So yeah, do hit a like. See, we've got a couple of likes added on here. People are going to come back and watch it later. Like I said, you can join in the discussion. I got it up and running here. But at this stage, I just don't want to be interrupted. But if you got the link handy, you can just jump straight in. I'll post it around soon. And then you can have your say on it if you want to, and help us investigate it. So yeah, that was kind of interesting. Well, interesting find. So let's go back to the original article. Which was that one there. Okay, so where did we get to on that one? So, gotta remember, this is a pretty old document here. Talking about the Indian Nukes. 2014. So, in 10 years, we found out a lot more information. So, it probably needs to be updated.
However, this doesn't explain how two of the areas found in close proximity in the Libyan desert show the same pattern. The probability of two meteorite impacts so close is very low. Nor does it explain the absence of water in the tectonic.
Well, it does now when I've read all the other articles. Okay. So, so it was probably easy to meteorite impacts so close. And they didn't need to be, as they found out now, in the air. So they're trying to discount it here. But now it fits in with their new study of it.
Tektite specimens when these areas of impact were thought to be covered in it some 14,000 years ago. Mohenjo Daro's ancient catastrophe. The city where culture emerged in the present-day Indus Valley is a great enigma. The rocks of the ruins have partially crystallized, along with its hazy inhabitants. Moreover, mysterious local texts speak of a period of 7 days of gratitude toward flying cars called Vimana for saving the lives of 30,000 inhabitants from a horrific episode. In 1927, years after the discovery of the Mohenjo Daro ruins, 44 human skeletons were found on the outskirts of the city. The majority were found face down, lying in the street and holding hands as if a serious catastrophe had suddenly engulfed the town. In addition, some bodies present signs of unexplainable radiation. Many experts believe that Mohenjo Daro is an unequivocal sign of nuclear catastrophe 2 millennia before Christ. Painting of the skeletons found at Mohenjo Daro.
So it's not a photograph, it's a painting. So yeah, what kind of errors have been brought into that? So what we want to know is why there was no photographs taken, and where's all the samples of this radiation? Where's the data sheets on the radiation? As we know, radiation has a half-life. So kind of right there should put into question whether there has been embellishment done to the article here, assumptions made. So you've got to keep that always in your back of the mind, that we're only being told what they want us to believe in this article. So yeah, we'll just unravel it all as we progress.
Daro. Image source, Wikimedia. Nevertheless, the city is not the only ancient locale suspected to have gone nuclear. Dozens of buildings from the ancient world present bricks with fused rocks, like the heat test that modern scientists cannot explain. Ancient forts and towers in Scotland, Ireland, and England. The city of Çatalhöyük in Turkey.
So we know that a lot of this glass fragments would have been from that 31 mile wide asteroid impact, right? So that would have scattered easy to UK, Africa, probably even the top half of Alaska, Canada, America, and Asia even, and some in Russia. So it makes sense if they're digging up stones or quarrying stones, it's going to have some of this glass, meteorite impact glass, right? Probably not too much is found in New Zealand rock though. A lot of the buildings were carved out of volcanic rock around where I live, but I don't think there's any meteorite or asteroid glass in them. There's volcanic glass from the Earth itself. But yeah. So that, to me here, there's a lot of assumptions in this article, which is putting doubts on the accuracy of the information in it.
Turkey. Alalak in northern Syria. The ruin.
But you can see how the ancient alien guys would delve into these articles here and write it into their own books. So it would be like a copy and paste. And they wouldn't have done any of their own research and got samples and got it retested or using newer techniques, right? Because it doesn't fit with their agenda that there was nuclear weapons in ancient times and a new older civilization of humans with that kind of technology. Of course, there may have been humans that did exist there that got wiped out by a meteorite impact, but it doesn't mean they had high technology. They may have had airships though. They may have figured out airships and then got wiped out. So it might have been the people that built the pyramids, right? Wasn't that the 1200, 800 year mark? So, yeah. Not everything's going to be known. And maybe in the future it will be, as more diggings happen, more findings of archaeological findings happen. But as we know, some of the stuff that comes out of South America has been faked, you know, and questioned, you know, the carvings on the stones and carvings on dinosaur bones and all that sort of stuff, and tools found at dig sites, because we know a lot of it has been tampered because it's a good way to make some money and also advertise it. and the mummies that Haimi Mason's currently doing as well. So yeah, they're still pushing those mummies as being human, but most of the skeptics out there know from past when it's been recycled already that there are clay embedded bones from children, adults and animals all mixed together. And of course one I suggested was a California seal flipper. They have long fingers that look like aliens when they decay. And you can break it down to 3 fingers by cutting off the side bit, or losing the side bit from decay. So I've covered that in the past. So there's a lot of forgery that happens because, as you know, archaeological finds can sell for lots of money. But anyway, we'll just carry on with the article here and the story of the Indian Nukes.
Ruins of the 7 cities near Ecuador. Cities between the Ganges River in India and the hills of Rajmahal. Areas of the Mojave Desert in the United States. In whatever place of the world, the presence of an abysmal temperature and vivid descriptions of a terrible cataclysm suggest that there may have been an earlier epoch in which possibly nuclear technology was already known, an epoch in which atomic technology was turned against man. Featured image: desert glass found in the Great Sand Sea of the Libyan.
Okay, I don't see the image, but there you go. We got to the end of the article here. So it makes sense that guy Oppenheimer knew about these ancient Sanskrit texts about nuclear war. And back then, science tools weren't available like they are now, and dig sites and all that sort of stuff and new findings weren't available back then. So it's quite easy that he could have believed into the story that there could have been ancient men with higher technology that got wiped out by war, disease, or meteorite impacts, right? And there's still people that believe it today, right? So I don't think anything you can sort of say today will change those hardcore believers, right? But we should always be willing to accept new information and say that we're wrong. And now it makes more sense that we got more information that's been scientifically proven that this and this happened and this didn't happen. So I'll post a link to that one article here. So we got to, because we used it mainly, and it's only fair to share it if we want to go over it again. So ancient glass story maybe prove nukes, but it doesn't. It's that Oscar Razor thing, right? Normally the simplest answer with least assumptions is the correct answer. And yeah, you can see even back in 2014 there was argument with scientists saying it was meteorites back then, but it's only just been recently proven in 2023 that it was definitely made from meteorites. So moving on, nuclear event in ancient time. Okay, we're back to this rendering, which is not actually a photograph, which we should always be skeptical if that's really true. So this is a thing that the ancient alien guys bring up a lot on, is how the pyramids were built and how they were cut. And this one here, is it Inca? The so-called Golden Plain, which is actually just a artistic representation of a catfish. Catfish are the most common fish worldwide, and probably the most eaten as well. Although they're very bony, I believe. There's a lot better fish to eat than catfish, but catfish are pretty robust type of fish, right? I think they can even jump on the land and crawl between ponds, as long as it's not too far away and too hot. So they can sort of crawl along the grass, holding their breath, I guess, and get to another pond. Because what happens in Africa, they dry out, and they get a lot of rainfall and make the ponds. There may be buried eggs that suddenly hatch, and then they start eating, growing. But then the water starts evaporating away, all the animals drink it, and they have to get to the next water source. So yeah, catfish, sort of a wonderful creature, really. In fact, let's just put it in. What's special about catfish? Is it a single word? Yeah, it might be. Not to be mixed up with the program that's about people being conned on date sites. Catfish are one of the few fish that have an organ called the Weberian apparatus that they use to communicate with each other underwater. The Weberian apparatus also helps improve its hearing ability. Catfish may make additional sounds by rubbing parts of their bodies. Catfish do not have scales. I didn't know that. Their bodies are often naked. In some species, their mucus-covered skin is used in cutaneous respiration, where the fish breathes through the skin. There you go, not gills, which is through water. The skin is covered in bony plates called scutes. Some form of the body armor appear in various ways. So I can see why that might be made into necklace, because there's such a crazy fish, crazy looking fish, that can survive on land because of the skin that breathes through. Diverse group of ray-finned fish, named for their prominent harbors, whatever that is, or cat's whiskers. Oh, right, okay, that's what it means. What are the health benefits of catfish? Low in calories. Catfish only has 98 calories in a 100-gram portion, making it a great choice for people looking for their weight. That's no good if you want to survive on catfish, though. They're kind of horrible looking. Yeah, they look more like an eel, don't they, rather than a fish. Yeah, you can see they don't have scales, right. They have different taste. It refers to the long barrels, which is the cat's whiskers. So, yeah. Enough on science of catfish there. Anyway, just want to point that out because it's amazing that Giorgio guy keeps making these gold necklaces of it and giving it to people that he likes. And he's still pushing that as a ancient aircraft, right? Which is bollocks. Okay,
Nuclear event in ancient India. Description: a heavy layer of radioactive ash in Rajasthan, India, covers a 3 square mile area, 10 miles west of Jodhpur. Scientists are investigating the site, where a housing development was being built. For some time it has been established that there is a very high rate of birth defects and cancer in the area under construction. The levels of radiation there have registered so high on investigators' gauges that the Indian government has now cordoned off the region. Scientists have unearthed an ancient city where evidence shows an atomic blast dating back thousands of years, from 8,000 to 12,000 years, destroyed most of the buildings and probably 500,000 people. One researcher estimates that the nuclear bomb used was about the size of the ones dropped on Japan in 1945.
Okay, so if it wasn't actually a nuclear weapon, how did they come up with that whole story? So yeah, when you start digging into it, the experts have various theories how they got killed in the street and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, eventually we'll probably get to it. But yeah, doesn't mean that there wasn't a blast overhead of a meteorite as well that sort of wiped out the city. But overhead blast. But if that city got wiped out by a nuclear blast, you'd expect there to be a crater, right? And I don't think they've ever said it was a crater anywhere there, but just in the valley there.
In 1945, the Mahabharata clearly describes a catastrophic blast that rocked the continent. A single projectile charged with all the power in the universe, an incandescent column of smoke and flame.
Talking about the ancient Sankrit, that one there. Talking about the blast and all that sort of stuff.
Flame as bright as 10,000 suns rose in all its splendor. It was an unknown weapon, an iron thunderbolt, a gigantic messenger of death which reduced to ashes an entire race. The corpses were so burned as to be unrecognizable. Their hair and nails fell out, pottery broke without any apparent cause, and...
So if there was a meteorite explosion 12,000 years ago, that's when they said that the pyramids were built. Could be explained why they got wiped out. Maybe this race of people were part of that major event. So it's like if we have World War III now. Do we get wiped out eventually and start over again? So who would know how to start building silicon chips and repair old electronics? And there wouldn't be too many people out there that can actually make those nanoscale devices, micro-scale devices. So yeah, you can see how you'd be reset back to a certain time in technology, right, and start over again. But as we know, things work exponentially. Hey, we finally got some familiar face on YouTube. Michael, how's it going? So yeah, I have got open lines, but I just want to go through the basics first before I open it up. And we're gradually working through it here, so you can then have a discussion about it. So yeah, thanks for dropping by. I'm not sure where Jasper is, or where Shogun is. He was on there on Friday, even though it said last show that I was thinking about dropping these open line shows, or the more positive shows, because no one's interested in positive shows, it seems. People are more interested in the videos and analysis of the videos. So yeah, and it's still looking like today is also a no-show. So I thought I'd try it on a Saturday instead of Friday. It's going to make it a bit harder because I've got to do another show tomorrow as well. Because I don't get a break in between. Because it is very exhausting going through all this sort of stuff in a balanced scientific method. So I have been looking at the chemtrail stuff, so I'll bring in that tomorrow. But I looked at your links and I didn't find any stuff that convinced me otherwise your way, unless I missed something. I didn't find any research papers that contradicted all the other scientists. But anyway, we're just updating this one here because we have covered it in the past, but we're going into a bit more detail here on this show today. Ancient aliens and all that sort of architecture and technology, lost ancient humans. So we're covering all that now. Did I get that unticked? Yeah, okay.
And the birds turned white. After a few hours,
So this is what's in the ancient texts in India, called the Mahabharata, whatever. I don't know how they say it, but yeah, you can see it's a long word.
all foodstuffs were infected. To escape from this fire, the soldiers threw themselves into the river. When excavations of Harappa and Mohenjo Daro reached the street level, they discovered skeletons scattered about the cities, many holding hands and sprawling in the streets as if some instant, horrible doom had taken place. People were just lying, unburied, in the streets of the city. And these skeletons are thousands of years old, even by traditional archaeological standards. What could cause such a thing? Why did the bodies not decay or get eaten by wild animals? Furthermore, there is no apparent cause of a physically violent death.
So they're comparing the Sanskrit text about ancient nuclear war there with this this location where they found these bodies, which was there. Covers 3 square mile area, 10 miles west of Jodhpur. I think it's called something Valley though as well, isn't it? So they're saying that might be evidence that the Sanskrit is correct. But as we've pointed out, not all things are true and that we read in website articles. They leave out things to keep the story going, and it changes it completely.
Death. These skeletons are among the most radioactive ever found, on par with those at Hiroshima and Nagasaki. At one site.
Okay, so to me, that sort of kicks me in the guts, because we know the atomic bombs left radiation that sort of decayed within 10 years, and it's livable again. Now these skeletons are meant to be thousands of years old, 12,000 or whatever. That decay is going to be long gone. So this article here is not sounding correct in my gut here, saying it's comparable to Hiroshima. It's not. So just keep that in mind.
Site. Soviet scholars found a skeleton which had a radioactive level 50 times greater than normal. Other cities have been found in...
I would say that's fake news right there. We know a lot of stuff come out from Russia about archaeological sites, and security team has put it up over the years, which has turned out to be false, like UFO stones, which weren't carved, but actually formed naturally, and stuff like that, and ancient springs inside rocks, which turns out to be some sort of, I think it was some natural critter where the skeleton formed a spiral and stuff like that. So you always got to question these things, especially if it comes from UK rags, gets converted from Russian language to English text in UK rags.
Found in northern India that show indications of explosions of great magnitude. One such city, found between the Ganges and the mountains of Rajmahal, seems to have been subjected to intense heat. Huge masses of walls and foundations of the ancient city are fused together, literally vitrified. And since there is no indication of a volcanic eruption at Mohenjo Daro or at the other cities, the intense heat to melt clay vessels can only be explained by an atomic blast or some other unknown weapon. The cities were wiped out entirely.
Okay, so that might be incorrect information there, but couldn't they have had some building technique where they piled up wood against the bricks to try and melt it, to fuse it together? Because that would make it really strong and longer lasting than just using ancient mud. It was the Romans that figured out concrete. They're experts on concrete, even underwater concrete that would set using lime and ash. They found adding ash to this mixture made it more flexible and less likely to crack and all that sort of stuff. The Romans were really clever. So Romans would conquer all the lands out there and take the best technology from them, like fireworks, and then they'd use all that new science information to build their own sort of things from it, like weapons.
Nuclear event in ancient India.
Did we get to the end? Surely not. Could be. Maybe we did. Did we get to the end? Yeah, 50 times. I don't think we got to the right end, did we? So they're talking about this city called the Mohenjo Daro. Intense heat to melt clay vessels. So, that's how the story goes on those sites anyway. What's that one? Tracking ancient man. So I'd say there'll be some incorrect facts there, and anyone reading that would say, wow, that's amazing, believe it outright. I'll post the link. Ancient man. So we've got to treat it like Haimi Mason's mummies, right? And those carvings on rocks in South America. I suppose I should actually bring up some pictures of those, because I've mentioned it. People might not know about them. I'm not sure what they're called though. Ancient carvings. Is it Colombia? South America. I'll try that. Here we go. Just I've got some dings.
Michael King donated £3 through Super Chat.
Thanks, mate. At least I don't have to go and read it now. I can just listen to what it says. So it's quite handy. No, that's not what we're after. We're not after carvings, although it really is. It's got dinosaurs and all sorts of crazy stuff on it. Although I think it's very possible that 12,000 years ago, man could have been still hunting some species of dinosaurs that maybe escaped those, especially that big one up in Greenland, because South America is a bit further down, isn't it? So they could have survived in South America away from those big blasts up that we saw on that impact crater map of the world earlier in the show. Could easily survive some of the smaller dinosaurs. The carnivores may have died out because they lost a lot of their food supply. But there's certainly lots of trees and stuff that the smaller dinosaurs could have still been eaten. We know that the moa, which is like a large ostrich, emu in New Zealand, got hunted to extinction by the Maoris 150 years ago. So it's possible. It's possible that dinosaurs could have been around and they were still being hunted by tribes in South America. But yeah, they got these stones here. Ica Stones, is it called? Ancient aliens. You can see it's also been brought up. So that's why that show can keep on going. But they reckon a lot of these are just fakes. If not all of them. But it's hard to know. Because it's on a rock which you can carbon date, right? Which is always going to come up with 50,000 year old stone. But there are experts who can actually look inside with microscopes into the carvings and work out if there's any mosses that can only build up over a certain amount of time. And I think that's how they found out. Let's just see if we can get to the wiki page on that. So what's it say here? Collection of anisite stones from Ica province in Peru. There we go. Known for the engraved motifs, largely regarded to be modern hoaxes. The stones, in some cases, utilize art styles from various pre-Columbian, pre-Columbian as well, Peruvian civilizations, and other often depict anachronistic scenes or objects. How do they come up with all these words? In dinosaurs and advanced technology. What's the advanced technology on that? So we could put in there and look for more information on that. Ica Stones. Why hoaxed? Let's see what comes up with that. Generally considered by historians and archaeologists to have been thoroughly exposed as forgeries and to be hoaxes created for the purpose of earning money off tourist buyers. Selling artifacts is a profitable business. That's what I was saying earlier. What are the Aztec stones? The Ica Stones engraved. There you go. Spark debate over their authenticity since being introduced to Dr. Gava by a Peruvian farmer. Yeah, well, you'd expect farmers though to dig up rocks, like ancient rocks and burial sites. Could there be some legit ones, is the question. Maybe they're not all fake. And because they couldn't find any more, I decided to get someone to try and fake them, because people were spending big money on them. So who knows, we always got to keep that middle ground. You can't rule it out completely. Anyway, that's a side topic, since I brought it up. Okay, on to the next bit. Okay, what's the next one? Let's see. What was the title? Do ancient Indian texts such as the Mahabharata, which is what we just read out before, mention nuclear weapons? So yeah, you can see there's a lot of reading on this topic. There's a lot of Indians in the world, and there's also a lot of Indian researchers as well as scientists. What is the truth behind the saying that Brahmatra of India mythology was a nuclear weapon? Now, I think all the texts that mention nuclear weapons from India are all religious textbooks, not from historic or scientific books from India. So this is why it goes into the mythology, because it comes from a religious belief side. So what are they going to say here? I wonder if we can get it to read it, some of it anyway. Let's see, we could do that, I suppose. But you really want it to open up and open link. It's come up different. Read aloud selection. Okay, that's the thing I was looking for. It wasn't in the list last time. Open selection and message read. We didn't have that one above it, did we? Anyway, let's see if it works. I think that was the add-on.
What is the truth behind the saying that Brahmastra of Indian mythology was a nuclear weapon?
That's what we wanted.
The problem with modern world is that they think themselves to be the most intelligent species ever born. They simply refuse to believe their ancestors could be more advanced. Whenever we come across texts which contradicts their beliefs, they criticize it instead of trying to understand it logically. In Mahabharata and Ramayana, there are several instances where weapons of mass destruction have been used. The destruction described in the books are far more frightening and yet similar to Hiroshima and Nagasaki blasts. The point is, how did the writers of these epics knew the nature of these blasts if they didn't witness it? The use of these weapons was prohibited, just like we have UN resolution of not using nuclear weapons. The bows and arrows were the advanced launching pads. With the passage of time, these facts became a bit distorted with the folklore, which in attempt to glorify their heroes, changed the original text of the epics. The change in yugas were triggered by sudden destruction of the civilization, which could have been possible by a sudden catastrophe by nature or maybe man-made. We have to acknowledge that our ancestors were not morons and were far more intelligent than we think. Also, we have to learn from their mistakes so that the history doesn't repeat itself.
So you might remember a couple of live shows back where we talked about this star maps that showed that one of them documented this big asteroid that come down, clipped the top of a mountain. So yeah, clearly that would have been, if that exploded, it would have been seen like a nuclear explosion. It would have been like 1,000 stars or whatever they said in the text there. So you can see that ancient man could have seen that as a weapon from the gods, right? So that sort of makes sense that the Indians would have documented that. They've got a fairly big landmass there, and they also had a lot of trade routes with Russia, China, and all the other places, right? Saudi Arabia, Iran. So could there have been humans that were more advanced? Sure there could have been. And could they have been wiped out by anything? Yes. War, invaders, viruses. We know that when the Spanish went to South America, they brought smallpox and it wiped out quite a lot of them. So that does happen. And the few that were left probably got slaughtered or starved to death, right? So once you lose a big chunk of your community, like farmers, who's going to be producing the food? So, yeah. So these are all the replies on this particular Quora site, whatever it's called. The next one is an Indian guy, so let's have a look what he's going to say. So what has he got there? Oracle, Century Link, whatever all that is, senior. So he sounds like a computer guy, studied Institute of Information, New Delhi. So it's amazing how many smart computer guys there are in this field, right? In ufology and beyond. Although Ashton Forbes is the exception to the rule. So this guy has got plenty to say, a bit like Ashton. But let's just have a read of it all and go from there and see if we agree with it.
Vishal Kumar. 8Y. Related, is there any technical evidence that nuclear weapons of modern days drew the idea from Hindu scriptures, from the concept of Brahmastra, Pashupatashtra, etc.? Source: https://twitscope.wordpress.com/2008/07/
Like a typical computer guy, he's putting in references for us, which is really good, but we don't want them read out.
/12/evidence of nuclear explosion in ancient India / evidence of nuclear explosion in ancient India? Time and again, I have been pestered with this link as a definite proof of some nuclear explosion in ancient India. Well, as dumb as it may sound, some people actually believe this kind of mindless story, without even batting an eyelid. Not that batting an eyelid is necessary in the process of believing. The crux of the matter is that some people are claiming that the Indians, during the time of the Indus Valley Civilization, 3000 to 1500 BCE, had nuclear weapons, and proof of the fact is in the radioactive skeletal remains at Mohenjo Daro itself. Apparently, a reference to an incident in the Mahabharata, an ancient Indian text, looks too similar to be anything else, other than a nuclear explosion. Since it is impossible to imagine such events with such vividness, it thus automatically transpires that the narration was nothing but an eyewitness account of a nuclear explosion. Apparently, some other tangible proofs of ancient nuclear India exist too. Remains at Mohenjo Daro and Harappa are, we are given to believe, highly radioactive. Radioactivity, of such high proportion, as has been allegedly recorded at the archaeological sites, can't come into existence right out of the blue. Coupled with the fact that these two civilizations came to an abrupt end, which in itself is a mystery, the nuclear explosion, apparently, fits quite snugly. Let's examine if there is any evidence to the above conclusions. What is the source? Site after site relentlessly narrate the above story, basically copy/pasting each other, but fail to give any reference to original news article. There is no mention of a press release.
This is what happens with ancient alien guys. They all reference each other. And literally, the source that they use goes back to one single guy.
Release, or something similar, by the government of India or Pakistan or Britain. This huge event, i.e., unearthing of such a radioactive skeleton, which has the potential of turning our history book right on its head, is not even mentioned in any archaeological websites like ASI, or mohenjodaro.net or harappa.com, or even the myriad Hindu propaganda websites. Some of these Hindu apologist sites do claim that the Vedic India was nuclear, but, thankfully, do not point at the ruins of Indus Valley Civilization as evidence. They have their own reasons, of course. Unless, for some unknown reason, there is a huge conspiracy to cover up, this story is absolutely bunk, and that too, a sloppy one. The Fountainhead. The original link does not give any indication of its source. A quick Googling, however, revealed the source. One such source isarnc.com. This file shared with KeelyNet courtesy of Bryant Stavely. Excerpt from the World Island Review, January 1992. Apparently, the story was broken to the world by World Island Review and was first referenced by KeelyNet in January 1992. Strangely, the story is no longer available on KeelyNet. Also, the World Island Review, in all likelihood, is fake. Now let me get this straight. No legitimate archaeological site, whether government-owned or privately run, mentions anything about this incident, and the only magazine or site, which claims to be the source, does not even exist. It has already begun to stink. But wait, there is more.
So there you go. Always got to check out the sources, right? And if the article gets deleted on websites as fake news, that's another indication. But yeah, I did investigation on half-lives. Why is Hiroshima habitable now when the half-life of uranium-235 is 700 million years? So people have answered that question. I have uranium in my kitchen and it's mostly has a half-life of 4,500 billion years, yet my kitchen is perfectly safe unless the dog pees again. It's not the stuff with a long half-life you have to worry about. Continue reading. Open there. Did it open it up separately? Well, it's opened it up. Losing the other stuff probably. First, the bomb core was about 20% uranium-238, which is the same stuff as in granite countertops in the kitchen. Radiologically speaking, such materials are nearly harmless, as the vast energy stored in their nuclei is being released over an equally vast period of time and in the form of mostly of alpha particles, which are utterly harmless unless inhaled or swallowed. In fact, the potassium-40 in your bones is much more dangerous radiologically than natural uranium, and about as dangerous as the enriched uranium-235 used to make the bomb. Worse yet, it's inside you and inside every living thing on Earth, which should tell you something. Every minute of your life, potassium-40 inside your body undergoes a few 100,000 atomic disintegrates. All of these emit radiations which can kill or damage nearby cells. A few of these, this is probably how we get cancer, right? These eventually emit photons of gamma energy, which are even worse yet, given thus far. Because we are evolved to handle it, our bodies routinely repair such tiny insults from radiation. And of course, background radiation that's higher, generally those people that live in those areas have a more active immune system, and I believe have less tumours than areas where they're living in low radiation, and their immune system is less active, right? So you're more likely to get cancer that kills you. So all this new research is always coming out, and how dangerous radiation is to us has been changed over the last hundreds of years. that we can withstand higher levels of it. In fact, certain levels of it is actually better for us than no levels of it, because it keeps our bodies active. So this guy goes on a bit here. So he's talking about this material in the form of extremely short-lived isotopes then went on breaking down and releasing large amounts of dangerous radiation until within a week. So in the first few days, it's the most dangerous radiation. So if you survive a nuclear blast, right, and if you're far enough away, the half-life is going to keep on decreasing over weeks, and like I said, unless you inhale it or swallow it, that's probably where it's more dangerous, because it then gets into your cells. So they use what is it, iodine? I can't remember what number it is. Iodine, certain iodine isotope that combines with it and takes it out of your body, flushes it out the body. Iodine capsules, you probably heard that on various sci-fis. So that guy goes into big details here, and he's talking about background radiation, is he? Background radiation in the world. And there we go. I suppose that one's high. Near Brazil. United States is very low. China very high for some reason. Iran very high. What do other people say? Professor Engineering. Let's be clear here. Before the chain reaction, the quantity of U-235 in the bomb Little Boy used on Hiroshima was 6 kilograms. Of that amount, about 1 kilogram was actually reacted. This leaves 5 kilograms of radioactive U-235 particulate dust fallout. Okay. Now, this U-235 only existed as roughly 90% enriched uranium. This means that it contained 10% U-238, which is essentially stable. So it's not as if there were large pieces of pure U-235 flying around everywhere. It was at best diluted to 0.5 kgs, but we used 5 kgs just to keep it conservative. Then consider the blast radius of Little Boy was about 2 miles. Now, had it been detonated on the ground, an argument could be made that the area over which this 5 kg was dispersed was only about 12.5 square miles. Sounds a wee bit like that city that we're talking about in India. At concentration this low, it's hard to come up with an English unit that will even make sense to American readers. I guess 0.00022 grams per square foot. A grain is 1/7,000th of a pound, if memory serves. And consistent SI units, that's 0.000000154 kilograms per square meter. But that's not what happened. No, instead the bomb was detonated about 2,000 feet above the sea level. This made the incredibly fine U-23 dust free to disperse over a long corridor until it hit the sea about 50 miles to the east. Now, absurdly high estimate for the U-235 fallout would have been all that of 5 kilograms were deposited on land before the cloud reached the sea, given a non-increase in corridor. So these guys are really into it, eh? In the area of dispersion, that would have been about 200 square miles. This would have left an area concentration of blah 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 blah, very small number, as at that rate the particle size of the dust would easily have pushed into the earth to be readily embedded in at least the top 2 centimeters of soil within an hour of or less. At the average density, this guy's really getting into it. Okay, I'm not going to let us read the rest of it. You have to start a free trial. Because the longer the half-life of a radioactive isotope, the less radioactive it is. Which is basically what the other guys have said. Elements with long half-lives are not really radioactive. But I believe after 10 years they could go back there and live. I'm not sure if it says here somewhere. So, how's that fit in with the Indian story? Because now we got real facts. And of course, Oppenheimer didn't know all this until they detonated them. So we can close that tab now. Debunking nuclear war. Okay, we'll get to that one. Greenland. I was going to read that. See what we can find out on that at some stage. So we're going to talk about Vimanas as well, because it's all linked into this. So where do we get to? Oh yeah, reading out this guy one. So this guy seems very credible so far. We'll just read out this one, and then we'll talk about Vimanas, and then we'll do open minds and do some more, I guess.
Skeletal remains. When excavations of Harappa and Mohenjo Daro reached the street level, they discovered skeletons scattered about the cities, many holding hands and sprawling in the streets as if some instant, horrible doom had taken place. People were just lying, unburied, in the streets of the city.
Now, say you had invaders, so people generally huddle together. If the houses are on fire, you'd go out in the streets and you'd all be clinging onto your kids and stuff, right? Holding hands. And then a load of arrows come down and kills you in the street, right? So you could see how that would work as well. So yeah, it doesn't have to be done by a nuclear blast, although we know from Bombay and other volcanic explosion where you get the sulfur, what's it called, sulfur dioxide or whatever, it kills people once they breathe it in. Okay, we got someone posted on the side comments. Let's see, I'll just do a quick check to see who we got. So we got Michael still. I got Jim, what's his name? Jim on X. So this is the first time we've had people on X communicate, because we're streaming to 5 places at the moment. Odyssey was down this morning for some reason. I think they're doing some work on their website. Buffering, I'm not sure if it's buffering. It shouldn't be buffering. Because we're getting your comments back, alright, so... Yeah, it might be something to do with X, I don't know. It's over later. Okay. We carry on. I think when I do a lot of zooming in, the CPU might take away from the streaming of the OBS, but the restreamer is on a Raspberry Pi, and I think it's only on something like 5%, 7% most of the time. What's it at the moment? 8%, 7%, yep. And only 12% memory use, so should be working alright. They're all green on that restreamer. So if it's buffering, maybe it's from OBS side here on my laptop that's doing everything. Screen capture, but according to this, it's got no indications on the Raspberry Pi that the data it's receiving is less than normal, because normally it'd light up a green thing on the screen. I mean a red thing on the screen. Okay, let's just carry on reading this then.
City. A casual reading will give the impression that the sites at Mohenjo Daro and Harappa were littered with skeletons, and these lay unburied in such manner that would suggest of an instant annihilation of an entire city.
Yeah, we got no picture
Why
on it.
did the bodies not decay or get eaten by wild animals? Furthermore, there is no apparent cause of a physically violent death. Again, a casual reading will give the impression that the bodies that were...
So, maybe they were rounded up in the street and had their throat slit. Would that leave a mark on the spine? Not necessarily, right? So, yeah. Someone getting stabbed in the guts in front of your family, that happens quite a lot. So who's to say that information's correct too? So you have to go to a real archaeological site that investigated it and find some science papers on it, rather than taking it from these ancient alien websites that have a certain agenda.
were found did not decay as one would normally expect to, and that the deaths were due to some physical violence, the cause of which is mysterious. The total number of skeletons found at the main site of Mohenjo Daro during the initial archaeological digging during 1922 to 1931 was just 37. Let me quote
Okay.
Professor G.
So it's back in the 1920s, 1930s, where they didn't have as good science as we have now, and bookkeeping as we have nowadays. So yes, a lot of stuff that could go wrong there as well, in the documentation and the science side of things.
G.F. Dales from his The Mythical Massacre at Mohenjo Daro. He was of course debunking the myth of Aryan invasion, much to the joy of Hindu apologists. 9 years of extensive excavations at Mohenjo Daro, 1922 to 31, a city of 3 miles in circuit, yielded the total of some 37 skeletons, or parts thereof, that can be attributed with some certainty to the period of the Indus civilizations. Some of these were found in contorted positions and that suggest anything but orderly burials. Many are either disarticulated or incomplete. Where are the burned fortresses, the arrowheads, weapons, pieces of armor, the smashed chariots and bodies of the invaders and defenders? Despite the extensive excavations at the largest Harappan sites, there is not a single bit of evidence that can be brought forth as unconditional proof of an armed conquest and the destruction on the supposed scale of the Aryan invasion. Later excavation unearthed more skeletal remains in other Indus Valley ruins like Harappa, Dhalavera, Lothal, etc., which numbered more than 300. I am not sure of the exact number. It is an absolute lie that bodies littered the streets of these ruins. There isn't a shred of evidence of an instantaneous mass death, as evidenced in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Some of these skeletons were actually buried at different ground level, pointing to different periods of time. In case of an instantaneous death, it is impossible to happen. There isn't any evidence of any major war or invasion. Frankly, I could not make any head
Michael
or tail
King
of that
donated
second
£2
quote.
through Super Chat.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Yeah, so he's here. We got some re-investigation going on, saying different to what the story is saying, right? So yeah, fake news. Yeah, fake news in ufology. Yes, it exists. Fake news in ancient archaeology. Yes. So we'll just keep on going from there.
Quote, "Is it at all possible to find any body, as in corpse, in any form other than as decayed skeleton after over a couple of thousand years? In fact, the skeletal remains did decay, and is one reason why only some 300-odd skeletons were recovered, whereas the cities are believed to have accommodated close to 1 million people during their heyday." The left image below is of a Mohenjo Daro man, and to the right is a female. Nuclear explosion?
Okay, we haven't got the
Historian
images.
Kizari Mohan Ganguly says that Indian sacred writings are full of such descriptions, which sound like an atomic blast as experienced in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. I will talk about historian Kizari Mohan Ganguly a little later. But first about this nuclear explosion. Well, if it indeed was a nuclear explosion, then it must be of a kind that we don't know yet. Here's how Mohenjo Daro looks today after a couple of thousand years after the alleged explosion, and all the while remaining covered with sand and soil in a very dry area of the globe. Image to the left is the Great Bath at Mohenjo Daro, and to the right is the college
okay, we got
buildings.
some links here we have to click.
Hiroshima after nuclear explosion. The image to the left is how Hiroshima looked after the actual.
Now, can we click it without losing our way? As a question. Right click, open new tab. Does the website even exist anymore? Looks like it's going to a website called mohenjodaro.com, is it? .net. Doesn't look like it exists anymore, so we haven't got any images from the acclaimed website. No, it's not coming up. So it don't exist anymore. Okay. Carry on reading.
Actual explosion. Notice the difference. In case of the archaeological remains of Mohenjo Daro, the city is remarkably intact, except of course corrosion and rampant vandalism. Hiroshima, on the other hand, is practically leveled to the ground. True, that more than half of Hiroshima was made of wood, nevertheless, is it possible for primitive brick structures to remain erect, the way it is found in Mohenjo Daro and Harappa, after a nuclear blast? The other possibility is that the bomb used killed only biological things and left the infrastructure intact. But that's the stuff that science fiction is made up of. Besides, when there was no major battle, or conflict, or invasion, at least there is no archaeological proof of it. Why would anybody even detonate a nuclear warhead, assuming that this detonation actually happened?
Now, I believe there are pictures of some structures standing in Hiroshima, but it was the air explosion. It wasn't a ground one. And I think that was central to the explosion. So it was right underneath it. So it is possible to have buildings standing, but in this case, where they're talking about glass fused together in the bricks, that would have to be a ground explosion, and that would generally knock down all the buildings, especially bricks put together in mortar, right? So there's inconsistencies in the story there of the city findings and being related to a nuclear blast.
Happened. absence of proof of conflict itself removes the likelihood of a nuclear explosion. Could the explanation be that of an experiment gone awry? But that is as preposterous as the idea of possession of nuclear warhead. If at all, these people were able to build a nuclear warhead, where are the archaeological remains of the reactors, or the labs, or the nuclear waste? Nuclear radiation? At one site, Soviet scholars found a skeleton which had a radioactive level 50 times greater than normal. These skeletons are among the most radioactive ever found, on par with those at Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Radioactivity may actually remain for over a few billions of years, depending on the presence of the amount of radioisotopes. Normal radioactive exposure is considered as 300 millirems at sea level, but permissible limit for an adult is 5,000 millirems over the normal. 50 times normal would mean 15,000 millirems, which is fairly high. However, current background nuclear radiation in Hiroshima and Nagasaki is just as normal as entire globe. This level was reached in just 60-odd years. If a blast of the nature experienced in Hiroshima and Nagasaki was responsible for such annihilation,
I think the bulk of it was gone in 10 years, and then it went back to normal levels in another 50 years. So there you go. Although I believe there are birth defects and tumours, that sort of come from within that 60 years, mostly, I think it was. But it's still pretty bad, isn't it? We don't want that to happen again. Certainly not currently with the threat with Iran and Israel and all that nonsense that's going on at the moment.
Annihilation. How is it possible for the skeleton to remain so much radioactive, even after a couple of thousand years?
Good question.
Who is Kazari Mohan Ganguly? Historian Kazari Mohan Ganguly says that...
So this guy's doing a pretty good job as a computer guy as debunking it. We need him as a co-host on the channel here. Was the Indian guy as well, wasn't it? He might not have really good English though, that's the problem. Mike, what do we got here? Do you want to come on the voice? Hold on, I just came back. They're saying after 60 years, all is okay. That's what he's saying here. The radiation went down to background radiation after 60 years. Why? That does make sense. Small nuclear conflicts will evolve into larger so-called government taking sides and pushing for global thermal nuclear war. Yeah, but you got to remember the big nuclear bombs we got now use a detonation like the size of the Hiroshima one. What they call them hydrogen bombs, isn't it? So it uses a small fission bomb to create a fusion bomb, which is using hydrogen, which creates a lot more damage, but has less radiation. It has the same radiation as the Hiroshima one. So after 60 years there, it'll be back to normal radiation. It's quite interesting about nuclear stuff and isotopes and all that. No, sorry, I'm too drunk tonight for planning on listening to you. Yeah, I don't think anyone will come on, but I'll post out a link there. Anyone wants to come on. Like I said, I've got this all sort of planned to speak out anyway and to go over. But there's always going to be people that are not going to still accept the science-ness and also the common sense side of things to their worldview that humans had nuclear technology 12,000 years ago or whatever. So we got the free-for-all up. I'll just post the links now. Anyone that wants to jump on voice. can do so. I don't believe you need an account, but you might need to authorize it with Google Zero Auth or Facebook or whatever. Come on voice if what. Be civil. No self-promotion. No swearing. Just be normal debates. Okay. And if you're on anything other than a PC or laptop, you can download the apps for it here. If you're on Macintosh, iPhone, or whatever, all the links are on that link there. And you just need to put in that other link to join the room, and you'll pop up here. Just make sure, if you don't want to be on camera, to turn off the camera and be on voice only. Why is that not scrolling up? It's working a wee bit better since I've tweaked some of the settings. It's getting better and better, this add-on. It's also, the links are now clickable for me here as well. So now you can post links that work directly on this add-on. Camping with your son. Camping and you got internet at the same time? That's amazing, isn't it? Watching the show on tablets. Yeah, technology is wonderful. So that goes out to anyone that wants to come on, debate anything here, or add to it. Hopefully I'm doing a good enough job, and there shouldn't be too much debate about it. You same as me, Paul. Thorough up on tech and love it, and I see how it can be used negatively. I want to break from it for a while. Bought all the camping gear last year. Yeah, it's all about balance in life, isn't it? Me, I got no life, so my life is in front of the computer here. But yeah, the dog gets you outside, pretty much, rain or shine. Dog wants to get out the house, else they go crazy. So we all take turns with Charlie Roo. Mum doesn't walk because she's got a sore back, and I said, well, to fix the sore back you need to walk. So when I used to be cleaning the banks, because I couldn't get a computer job anymore and my back wasn't that great, and of course cleaning just made it worse in the end, but I suppose it depends. Walking back and forth between the house and the bank was good exercise for the back. But bending over is not so good. But yeah, it's all about balance. To my problem was there enough people interested in what I'm doing here to keep it going? Money-wise, it's never been viable. It's always been a loss of earnings, but some people make millions of dollars from it, like security. I was almost going to do security voice today of this one and have security on for voice debates. But I might do something like that next time, maybe instead of doing a special on this. Have open lines with the real Tyler, because everybody's calling the current one AI. So we could do maybe a funny open lines sometime. But yeah, it's up to you guys what you want to do. What are you saying here? Get the vitamin D, yes. Sometimes I just sit in the sun. Take in my days off between researching and doing live shows. Need to get out there and see some of the sun, yep. Although I've always been here, Paul, I think I have been following you for about 5 or 6 years. Yeah, we just need another 1,000 people like you, I guess. Gotta remember, I'm still the most hated guy, probably much on Twitter there. It's quite funny, really. Despite that, I bring all my evidence. You should do the Tyler impression again. Yeah, I'm thinking about doing some shows with Tyler. But you know how they're sort of clamping down on cancel culture, and a lot of people getting upset with people using their image now in AI. Remember, all the AIs are now bringing in new laws, so you might not be able to imitate people, not in a comic way anymore, you know. And the whole world's changing for the worst, I think. People are losing their sense of humour. But yeah, we'll just keep on with this at the moment as it is, because there's people out there. So what got me onto this was, again, you know, I've already gone out there and debunked it once already, but there's new information that's come out, so it's good to do an update, proving that it was now proven to be a meteorite impact, not a nuclear weapon. So it needed to be updated anyway from my last efforts. And Alien Addict had what's his name, UFO Shane on, that just was big into ancient technology and this particular Indian text, and it turns out to be mostly forged. And yeah, and this goes around again. People just cycle that information around and around and around. And if they watch me, they might be able to break that cycle of rabbit hole. These people get into rabbit holes. But he had a really interesting experience, the same as me. I've tried to reach out to him and show him my stuff, but he hasn't replied back to me. I think he's muted me on X, and like all the other people out there that sort of working in that great group, you know, Alien Addicts working with all the talking heads, all the shills out there, and playing the debunkers against the believers and all that sort of stuff. And people just love him. And yeah, he's also grifted off Secure Team, had Secure Team on his channel and so on, and Third Phase and all that sort of stuff. You know, I don't do that. I don't work with grifters. I want to work with credible researchers and people that have something positive to bring to the field so we can get closer to the truth. I just don't want to interview every grifter under the sun. I see even UFO man. You know, I looked into that Tony Rodden Gearis, or whatever his name was, claiming to be a secret space astronaut that was regressed back into childhood, same as Corey Good. And I see that Gabba TV was on the comments on UFO man for that interview with him, saying it was great that he come out and gave us all this information, when the guy is just making it up. He's just grifting. He got a mental problem or something, you know, and there's no different than Corey Good. So why would someone like Gabba, who hates Corey Good, be saying it was a great interview, with this other guy saying copycatting the same thing as Corey Good? It just really annoys me. It makes me angry that these channels get bigger and bigger promoting that kind of shit with zero evidence. Here we got to keep to the middle, follow the evidence and facts, and get to the truth. Not just go and say, oh, this guy's story is here, and not question it, ask the hard questions. But UFO man never asks the hard questions. But yeah, you can just watch that guy's body language. He's doing a lot of that left eye and right eye movement, which is rote memory, right? And making up the story. None of it was coming from looking up to the right location in the head to retrieve information, facts and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, that's just something else that's annoyed me this week. So anyway, I just want to get back onto this and keep focused on this thing anyway. But yeah, it's like people now, UFO Man was a big Vimana promoter, but he never did any research like I did to find out the truth about it, which I've yet to recover in a minute on the next tabs along. So we'll cover that in a minute. But yeah, he was promoting Indian Vimana was found in Afghanistan underground cave and all these kind of things, and he got like 100,000 views on it and 5,000 subs out of it all and all this sort of stuff. It's just absolutely nonsense out there. But me, doing this 8 years, keeping a level mind on everything, a skeptical mind on it, but also have my own experiences, should make me more credible than any of these other guys that have had no experiences. You know, they're talking about dots in the sky experiences rather than up close personal experiences like I've had. When you got aliens standing 3 feet away from you, it sort of changes your life, you know. Or you see an apparition walk in a room, it sort of changes your life, your view on things, and think, well, there's something definitely more happening. But yeah, the UFO exchange story is quite interesting. Alien Addict, though, as well, having a listen to it. But basically, in a summary, he said it started after his mum died, that a cabinet door unlocked and opened in front of him, and something lifted out his drone in the cupboard, and it floated across the room, and he took photographs of it, but he got onto drugs later in life, and he sold the phone with the pictures in it, and lost them all. Yeah, you know, yada. But he didn't take any pictures of what happened after. So the drone was put on the table, which sounds very much like my sister's account of the electric broken toy and toy box spinning around, right? Sounds very similar to that. And then 6 red orbs come into the living room there above where the drone was, and in front of him, spinning around the size of his head. And he said they were like balloons, but had like jello fiery stuff in them, which to me sounds very similar to Foo Fighters even, but also other accounts that I heard about UFO portals being opened up, which looked like jello, and they gradually expand, and it looked like when the UFO entered into the portal, that it closed up like jello behind them. So it kind of sounds like the spinning orange orbs could be related to portal connection between multiverses. But anyway, I'm not meant to be covering that. Okay, so this is what happens when you talk on side chat. You sort of get sidetracked on things. But it, yeah, it would have been interesting for him to come on my show and tell the story, and record related it to all the stuff that I have been getting. But it's not going to happen. We won't get anyone on voice. You know, we've tried on voice, 8 live shows now on voice to get people to come on to tell their experiences like that, but it never happens. They had plenty of time just to jump on. They don't have to like me, right? They don't have to, but we're meant to have common ground, you know. They might not like me debunking Tyler, but we've got a common interest, which is UFOs, and we want the truth, and we want disclosure, and all that sort of stuff. It's like politics, you know. You might vote for different people Doesn't mean that we have to be at war with each other. It just means that we can have a common ground, a common thing that we're interested in. And politics shouldn't come into it. So, yeah. I'm a pretty fair person, I think, and a very honest person. But people out there don't seem to be in the same thinking as I am, for some reason. It's very few. I think maybe the people I've got are more clever that follow me, or older and wiser as well. And I think the other channels have the younger people, 20 to 40 years old following them. I have the people that are 40 or maybe 50 plus following me. And because it's the younger ones that have the money to burn and to support the people than the older generation do. And because they're retired and living off small amounts of government money. Or if you got superannuation, then you get a wee bit of chunk from that too. Not many people have investment properties when they retire. So yeah. Anyway, back to that. Anyway, we caught up with the side comments. Snowflakes, yeah. Effing, yeah. Feeling more important than fact. Yeah, I think in this field you got to have a sense of humour. You also got to have a thick skin for criticism, and you also need to be able to admit when you're wrong or when new information comes in and change your viewpoint and things. Like this, when we're doing an update on the Vimanas, there hasn't been any new information that contradicts what's been in the past. In fact, it's validating that it's more of a mythological thing, not a realistic thing. And that just enforces the older stuff. Anyway, but just carry on.
That Indian sacred writings are full of such descriptions, which...
But like I said, if you want to come on and discuss anything I just said, by all means jump on. Although we don't want certain haters to come here and troll us. We want to be civil. We want a proper debate, not... We gave Gabba a few chances, but yeah, best that he stays away. But yeah, hopefully, I don't think he actually listens to my shows. He doesn't learn anymore. But yeah, when he was a co-host, he had to listen in, didn't he? But again, he was doing multiple things at the same time. So half the time he wasn't listening. But that's the problem. Yeah, but really, I need a new co-host, and it's very hard to find one that you can trust. And one that sort of offers something different to what you do. When I used to have Robert on, he offers a historian side of things, facts, dates and all that sort of stuff, which I don't keep in my head. And I offer a more technical analysis side of it. So this is why we need a team of people that are really into the topic, not into the money from the topic. Although the money does help fund the topic. You can always tell the people that are in it for the money versus the people that are in it for finding out the truth. And it's not too hard to see when you start to see people doing book deals and selling books, and when they could just make all that free on their own website and have a donation button there saying, if you want to fund my next book, we need to get this amount of money before I can actually produce it. That's how it should be done, I think. The same with movies and documentaries. Now, James Fox is knocking out a new movie. He's blabbing about how hard it is for him. He's working around the clock, editing it. And he's almost going mental trying to produce it to be able to make some more money from it. Well, basically, when we do live streams, we do that every week. It takes a lot of energy to research and have a 5-hour live show in the weekend, let alone 2 of them. I guess it gets a wee bit easier the more you do it, though. Anyway, Paul, shut up. Just carry on where we got to. You see what I mean? The whole system is unfair, is biased, and there's a lot of drama, and people at the moment are talking about all sorts of drama going on with Arrow and Kino Blue, which sounds like a porn movie, and all this sort of stuff at the moment. Then David Grush called out lying because now they've got the FOIAs on the emails and all that sort of stuff. I just find it all boring. When it come out about the hearings and all that, then the government are going to take it seriously, then disclose. They haven't released shit videos, right? They haven't released anything, right? Just as I always said would happen. It'd be all smoke and mirrors, and it'd be another way to get more funding. And all these people that were grifting turned out to be grifters. Any ex-government people, can't trust them. Lou Elizondo, you can't trust them. And if you speak out against them, you have this hate group that tries to bring your channel down and stop people going to the channel by not recommending you, saying that you're boring or whatever like that. Instead of saying, oh, Paul does a good analysis, you should go and watch his stuff and learn how he does analysis. And he does it live. He doesn't, he shows you how to do it live so you can learn how to do it yourself and all this. No, instead we get all the people working against you and recommending other people that don't do as good job. Because it fits in with their agenda, their viewed world. This person's much better than Paul because he debunks it completely. But no, they don't. They leave out stuff. And of course, I get other people involved into if I do a debunk. And see the opinions and add it in and stuff like that. This is a problem with all these UFO documentaries as well. James Fox will always be one-sided. He won't have the debunkers on the movie because that then doesn't sell as good. Doesn't give you all the facts, right? Like Gordon Cooper. He may have been a famous spaceman, but after he left the space thing, he got into being a con man and selling dodgy investment schemes and all this. You don't hear about that. And it turned out that the story was fabricated. It was second-hand information he got from someone else that said this happened, and he wasn't actually there to witness it. All these errors in James Fox movies, and people think he's great. James Fox is great, but he's no analysis. He's no debunker. If I see something and analyze it and say, oh yeah, this looks legit to me, then you can trust it, But if James Fox comes and says, oh, this is real, it's, something foreign, lasers, it's UFOs in space, and it turns out to be ice crystals, 100% ice crystals, you can't trust him. You can't trust his viewpoint on all these UFO accounts or cases because he's been inaccurate, he's been wrong. Me, I'll look at it in middle ground and say, well, this is analysis I've done, and this is how these things are moving in space, and you can see the rocket engines fired and these things move. That disproves that it's got to be ice particles closer to the camera, blah, blah, blah. You know, I go through and then break it down, you know, and of course, I wanted it to be real, that it was actually UFOs far away from the camera, but it turns out it's not. It's actually optical illusion. But then I get hated for it, you know. Oh well, back to this.
Which sound like an atomic blast as experienced in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. He says references mention fighting sky chariots and final weapons. The passage tells of combat where explosions of final weapons decimate entire armies, causing crowds of warriors with steeds and elephants and weapons to be carried away as if they were dry leaves of trees, says Ganguly. Instead of mushroom clouds, the writer describes a perpendicular explosion with its billowing smoke clouds as consecutive openings of giant parasols. There are comments about the contamination of food and people's hair falling out. I can't say if Mr. Khazari Mohan Ganguly, actually Babu Khazari Mohan Ganguly, was a historian or not, but I can tell with absolute certainty that he did interpret the Mahabharata into English. But there is a catch. The interpretation was done between 1883 and 1896, a good 50-odd years before the first atom bomb was dropped on Hiroshima, and a good 90-odd years before the interview was included in the apparently fake news mag or site. The above quote will give the impression that Mr. Khazari Mohan Ganguly actually gave the interview to that mag/site. But that is impossible. Also, his references to Hiroshima and Nagasaki are also very unlikely. It is possible he was not even alive when the bombings took place.
So, there's a lot of things with these Sanskrits were read and then converted into English and then written to a book, right? So that a lot of these ancient alien guys used doesn't mean that their translation and conversions of things written down were correct. You know, like you were saying, like the explosions come from the nostrils of this weapon is not the same as a mushroom cloud. This is what he's saying here, but he's saying it was written before nuclear bombs were let off. So let's see what he's got to say on that.
Place. However, it is highly unlikely that he would misquote from his own translation. In the entire Mahabharata, translated by him, there is no mention of parasol or anything that resembles a parasol. Who is Francis Taylor? There is no archaeologist named Francis Taylor, Google Scholar search, except for an amateur English gentleman, as is clear from the first link. However, he is more concerned with local archaeology, and there is no evidence, at least online, that he has ever visited the archaeological sites of Mohenjo Daro or Harappa. There is, rather was, another Francis Taylor, who was the museum curator, but he died in 1957. Misquoting the Mahabharata, this part is not from the original link that I am reviewing. However, I come across these quotes ever so...
So, some of the people don't exist, is what he's saying there, and now he's talking about misquoting from the Sanskrit, which is basically what I'm saying, how you interpret things written down in one language and convert it to another can go wrong.
So often that I feel like saying something, particularly since these quotes are used as evidence of some nuclear explosion during the Vedic period. From Renzi.com. A single projectile charged with all the power in the universe, an incandescent column of smoke and flame as bright as 10,000 suns, rose in all its splendor. It was an unknown weapon, an iron thunderbolt, a gigantic messenger of death which reduced to ashes an entire race. The corpses were so burned as to be unrecognizable.
Of course, that
their
could
hair
be a
and
meteorite
nails fell out,
impact.
pottery broke without any apparent cause, and the birds turned white.
because that would look like a column coming down, just like we were seeing in the skies on videos, right? You see a trail of smoke behind it. It looks like a column coming down from the heavens, from God. So it doesn't rule out that.
White. After a few hours, all foodstuffs were infected. To escape from this fire, the soldiers threw themselves into the river. Well, guess what? The quotes don't appear in the Mahabharata at all. Search for yourself.
Oh dear.
The Mahabharata page on sacredtext.com is the one translated by Mr. Khazari Mohan Ganguly, the same historian referenced in the original story, and is the only publicly available translation of the Mahabharata. Closest you will ever come to that quote is as below. Endeavored to be deceived by those wicked ones, those ascetics, with eyes red in wrath, looked at each other and uttered those words. Having said so, they then proceeded to see Keshava. The slayer of Madhu, informed of what had taken place, summoned all the Vrishnis and told them of it. Possessed of great intelligence and fully acquainted with what the end of his race would be, he simply said that that which was destined would surely happen. Prishikisa, having said so, entered his mansion. The Lord of the Universe did not...
Yes, it doesn't sound like a column of death from an unknown weapon coming from the skies, does it? So yeah, you can see it's sort of all falling to bits with this guy's analysis of it all.
Did not wish to ordain otherwise. When the next...
But I was going to say, even if a meteorite crashed down, it would create a big explosion of dust everywhere. That would contaminate all the food storage and may create a, what do you call it? A wave of heat that would have maybe ruined the food as well. Smashed the clay pots.
Next day came, Samba actually brought forth an iron bolt through which all the individuals in the race of the Vrishnis and...
Okay, Samba with the iron bolt. So that's must be the column part that they transcribed into.
And the Andhakas became consumed into ashes. Indeed, for the destruction of the Vrishnis and the Andhakas, Samba brought forth, through that curse, a fierce iron bolt that looked like a gigantic messenger of death. The fact was duly reported to the king. In great distress of mind, the king, Ugrasena, caused that iron bolt to be reduced into fine powder. Men were employed, O king, to cast that powder into the sea. At the command of Ahuka, of Janardana, of Rama, and of the high-souled Vabru, it was, again, proclaimed throughout the city that from that day, among all the Vrishnis and the Andhakas, no one should manufacture wines and intoxicating spirits of any kind, and that whoever would secretly manufacture wines and spirits should be impaled alive with all his kinsmen. Through fear of the king, and knowing that it was the command of Rama also of unimpeachable deeds, all the citizens bound themselves by a rule and abstained from manufacturing wines and spirits.
Sounds like something from Indiana Jones, doesn't it? So, a iron bolt sounds like some sort of... what's that they had in the Holy Grail, wasn't it? The chest that you weren't meant to look on, and anybody that looked on it got this energy thing that passed through all their eyes and body and turned them into dust, right? Sounds very much similar to Christian texts, yeah. Wasn't it like that it had angel wings on each side of the lid, that if you touched it you got a electric shock from it? There was they said that it was possible that because of the way it was carried, that it charged up electrostatic charge on it and people would get sapped from it, a bit like you do from cars in hot weather. So you can see how all the myth would be created from that, even, you know, that maybe they're talking about lightning there, where they had an iron rod and the lightning struck the rod and it killed the people or whatever. But turning them to dust, that's a bit hard with lightning. but it certainly would fry you, wouldn't it? It could kill you and burn you, charcoal you, couldn't it? Could it be something as simple as that they're talking about here? I don't know.
Spirits. Last paragraph. Does not even come close to the description of a nuclear explosion.
No, it doesn't sound
Other
like a nuclear
radioactive
one.
cities. Radiation still so intense, the area is highly dangerous. A heavy layer of radioactive ash in Rajasthan, India, covers a 3 square mile area, 10 miles west of Jodhpur. Scientists are investigating the site, where a housing development was being built. For some time it has been established that there is a very high rate of birth defects and cancer in the area under construction. The levels of radiation there have registered so high on investigators' gauges that the Indian government has now cordoned off the region. Scientists have unearthed an ancient city where evidence shows an atomic blast dating back thousands of years, from 8,000 to 12,000 years, destroyed most of the buildings and probably 500,000 people. One researcher estimates that the nuclear bomb used was about the size of the ones dropped on Japan in 1945. Ancient cities, roughly connected to the Indus Valley civilization, are actually been discovered, rather unearthed in Rajasthan, by ASI. And it is true that the region actually has high level of radiation, although ASI does not mention of any archaeological site to be radioactive. The reason of such radioactivity is entirely different than what has been suggested. Indian nuclear project / power plant / testing sites / nuclear waste dumping sites are all located in those areas of Rajasthan. This might help understanding. This is a story told to Surendra Gadekar. One day in Narora, a worker with a Geiger counter went to take tea in the canteen. His Geiger counter suddenly went crazy. On investigating, he found that the radioactivity was coming from the fire used for preparing the tea. Further investigation led to the discovery that the wood being burnt had originally been used for scaffolding inside the plant, and had got contaminated and hence should have been stored as low-level waste. Instead, it had been sold to a contractor, who had fortunately sold it back to the canteen, hence this sordid practice of how the establishment deals with its waste was detected. Snip, if the centralized bureaucracy of Maurya kings 2,000 years ago had discovered nuclear power, we in India and Pakistan would probably still be spending half our current national budget storing and caring for or repairing the damage done by atomic wastes. Source: I studied medicine in Calcutta. But even there I had never seen so many patients with tumors in a single day. On talking to these people in Tamlau, I found that almost all the symptoms had appeared after 5 or more years of the reactor's commissioning. Source: I have already discussed why, after thousands of years of its detonation, an atomic bomb, about the size of the ones dropped on Japan in 1945, can't possibly be the reason behind any radioactivity in an area. Lonar Crater, Lonar Crater, Lonar Crater is hardly a mystery anymore. Here's the HTML version of a PDF file, which is not downloadable at the moment. In 1973, based on the work done by K. Fredrickson of Smithsonian Institution, Washington, D.C., D.J. Milton of U.S. Geological Survey, California in collaboration with A. Dubey and M.S. Balasundaram of Geological Survey of India, impact origin of Lonar Crater was established. They discovered breccia with shatter cones and material containing masclinite. Masclinite formation requires very high pressure, almost 4 lakh times the average atmospheric pressure on the Earth. And this is created only during hypervelocity impact, thus impact origin of Lonar Crater was proved. All rational persons follow a rule of thumb. If something is too good to be true, then, in all likelihood, it is not true. A little skepticism is actually a sign of a healthy mind. Unfortunately, for some people, with a giant gullible bone, anything that shines is gold.
That's
Valuable inputs from xenophilia.com.
Gullibles. So we got to the end of his thing. He did actually a good write-up there, didn't he? And he gave all the links, even though the pictures weren't available anymore. But that was written 7 years ago, people. Even before all the new information come out about proving the glass theory and all that sort of stuff. He did a pretty good job. The Indian guy there on the write-up. I'll post a link to it. Because he's one of many others that have written here. So we could go through all of them if we wanted to. That's whether they're as good as that guy, I don't know. Missiles, various launches. Sounds like the Middle East at the moment, doesn't it? Extraterrestrials. That one's got a good write-up too, hasn't he? The total death toll amounts to around 1.6 billion in a matter of 18 days. How could this be possible? Unless the facts are wrong. Otherwise there is involvement of weapons of mass destruction. It sounds like what Bush was saying, and they never found them. The vast amount of devastation found at the site of Mohenjo Daro corresponds exactly to Nagasaki, declared Davenport, who published his statement findings an amazing book, Atomic Destruction, in 2000 BC. So this guy is a believer, right? But as we pointed out, there's a lot of errors, especially in the decay rate of radiation. And the facts of fused, melted thing. Could the building still be up from a blast? Probably not. "60 yards from the center of the bricks are mounted on one side, indicating a blast 4,000 years ago." All the skeletons were flattened to the ground, for example. That's not what we heard, right? He's talking about flying cars and Vimanas, which we're going to go on to. Mountain bricks could not have been done caused by normal fire. Who's to say so, though? We got what do you call it? About the 9/11 buildings collapse. What do you call it? Thermite or whatever it's called. 12,000 years ago, they were discovering black powder, wasn't it? Good chance they discovered that burning certain chemicals produced a massive amount of heat. Yeah, so he's quoting all the mythological stuff here, and all these people that have based their stuff on each other. Is there a mention of existence of flying saucers? So yeah, that's the next thing we're going to cover. So these are some of the pictures of so-called Vimanas, not bananas. The Vedas. A flying hawk, a flying goat, a flying lion, and a flying elephant. Yeah, we see that every day, don't we? there are various mentions of flying chariots. And there's some of the flying chariots. Yeah. So where is the evidence of them? Because if there were flying chariots like that flying around the skies, you'd think there'd be bits and pieces of one found somewhere by now. And then you got these ones, the big ships. Looks like a bird, golden bird. It looks like a teapot actually, doesn't it? And Samara Santradhara scientific treatise dealing with air travel in a Vimana. There are not one, but 230 Tanzans dealing with construction, takeoff, cruising, landings, including collisions with birds. So these ones look like floating buildings and submarine with a propeller of all things. Now, if they weren't buildings though, and if they could be airships, right? I've talked about airships and Egyptian technology, and that's 12,000 years ago, allegedly, or even some say 100,000 years. I reckon they'd have hydrogen airships. But did they have propellers back then? It's possible. Because they would have fanned fires and they would have seen that it produces a gust of wind. It's possible ancient man could have figured out propellers. And airships and splitting water. And I've talked about how that can be done simply using copper and zinc with running water from a stream. Or in this case, a stream underneath a building called a pyramid. And the gas goes upwards and you get one chamber of oxygen and another chamber of hydrogen that you tap off. And the oxygen would be highly explosive, as same as the hydrogen would be. But yeah, could they have stumbled across it? It's possible. Maybe they put some metal in the stream somewhere and they noticed the cave become explosive or something. And then they tried to go in there with maybe rice bags or silk bags or something like that, or some sort of paper collector vessel, and saw it floated. So you never know. It's very possible. Just maybe the interpretation is wrong, that it could be airships. And that could explain the flying chariots as well, like this one here. But again, it comes in religious texts and not other texts, other books written at the time. Which is one down thing. Flying animals, unlikely. It's unlikely they had airships that looked like a lion and elephant. You could have something that looks similar, stitching together the paper or silk or whatever. But yeah. And of course everything comes from this book that turns out to have been written by a single guy in 1918 to 1922. And again, like the other texts, he converted it from Sanskrit into English, but it turns out there was lots of errors in it, where they said that was certain Sanskrit was certain words were included in it that didn't exist for that ancient text at the time, which means that it had been embellished. And so there may not have been flying ships as described. But it doesn't rule out airships. I don't think you can ever rule out possible that they had airships. And of course, India's next door to Egypt as well, isn't it? And I've talked about that in my theory that the air currents, slipstreams, go right from Egypt across to Central America, South America, Easter Island, and back around again across Asia, India, and then back around to Egypt again. And if you had an airship, it would do that. It would do that loop. You go around from one, around the world in 80 days. You've heard about that. So it's very possible airships could have been existing. They could have stumbled across the technology how to do it. And Easter Island, as I pointed out in my documentary that I wrote, might be able to find it for you again. Any newcomers to the channel, where I looked into all this scientifically, whether they could have produced the materials and the gas itself. And maybe that's what the Great Pyramid was. It was a gas collector and producer, and then it was taken over for burial by the Egyptians. So there may have been a race of people that had that technology, got wiped out by disease or whatever, or comet blast, who knows. But then if it was comet blast, you'd think we'd see the damage in Egypt. But it could have been a comet blast that blocked out the sun and caused famine and death that way as well. So can't rule that out. So we've got ancient airships. Let's see what comes up. I'll just try airship. I know we had trouble finding it last time. Hasn't come up. Airships. Oh, maybe Egyptian. Oh, here we go. We got it this time. So what did I call it? Aliens, UFOs, and the pyramids. Ancient machines theory out there channel. And on the thumbnail are the pyramids, an ancient machine, and ancient airships. So yeah, back in those days I didn't do live streams, I did little documentaries. People liked them. I'd spend months researching it and then bind it together into a 20 to 50 minute episode. So go and check it out if you want to. I got one on also the Egyptian light bulb if you're interested in that one. So yeah, I'll just post it here. Ancient airships. So there could be a little bit of truth in it, in the myths. So we can't rule it out completely. But nuclear, I think we can sort of rule out. So I think, unless they're talking about a meteorite impact or blast that didn't quite make it to the ground. and because we even had those recently, where it blew out the windows of buildings, right? And was it Ukraine or Russia or somewhere like that? Yes, go and watch that after the show. And of course, close that down again. What else we got here? Mentions of divine weapons of mass destruction. So if you had airships, right, by all means you could have even lightning rods, right? Because you're up in the sky, you wouldn't get electrocuted yourself. The lightning charge, or even your airship could charge up with electrostatic, right? Technically you could have copper or iron rods that you throw down to the ground, and it causes the electrostatic charge then to hit the people and sap them and kill them, right? There's a certain amount of voltage you need to stop the heart. It's not voltage, current, and the current is the key thing. What's amps needed to kill someone? Also, they could be flying in a storm system where the lightning strikes the airship, and then they could redirect it down with their own iron rod towards the ground, right? On a piece of rope. So maybe they were anchored to the ground at the time. Maybe that was the lightning would pass down the rope to the anchor point, and anyone within so many feet of it would be electrocuted. Anyone touching it might even be caught on fire and turned into charcoal as they burn. So there's possibilities there as well if you break it up like that. Okay, let's see. Only 1 to 4 amps rhythmic pumping action of the heart ceases. So you don't need many amps, right? Contraction and nerve damage occur. Death is likely. 10 amps, cardiac arrest, severe burns, death is produced. So how many amps do you get from lightning? Amps and lightning. I know some people survive it. 30,000 amps, right? You only need 0.00001% of that to kill a person. Can electrostatic kill? So, you know, it still fits in with the airship theory and ropes and anchor points. And people would be outside in the street staring at the airship or whatever. And they might be just invaders, right? There might be a whole group of these airships, and there might be a main ship that they're talking about here. Let's see, can electrostatic kill you? Now, we know household one gets up to 10,000 volts, I think, or 30,000 volts, but it's only very low amperage. But airships, that's different. So this can involve several thousand volts, but because there's not enough of it to sustain a current, even high amounts of electrostatic won't kill you. But can electrostatic kill you from atmosphere? I probably won't be able to get the answer I'm after though. So here it says in principle yes, if you touch something very charged. like a Van de Graaff generator, which an airship would be, right? But that's how my brain works and how I think out things, right? I'm not the same as other people when it comes to this stuff. The weapon is capable of killing an entire host at once. So that again, it sounds like a lightning static charge. Seems very similar to nuclear weapons today. But when you read out the original text, right, which is what this guy's not doing, they talked about a shaft of energy. Sounds very much more like directed electrical charge to me. The weapons would discharge. There you go, discharge distinguishably flames on the target, which again lightning would do. It's very interesting though. But I think we can rule out atomic weapons, but electric static weapons is possible, and airships are possible. And flying chariots with horses is not possible. But certainly again airships is possible. So again, why would they talk about chariots that they can fly like this? Kind of makes it more into myth rather than anything else to me. I post a link to that. And we'll look at more of the Vimanas. But we are getting on a few hours now. We're coming up to 4, isn't it? So let's have a look. Not as bad as I thought. 3 hours 11. So we've still got a bit of time left. Don't want to get it too long, of course. Who's out there still? Anybody watching? Yes, well, like I said, you don't have to listen to me and my thoughts. You can come and debate it. I posted the link to the voice room. Just jump in there on your browser and away you go, or get the app. It's only very small, couple of megabytes I think, unless it's changed since I've last looked. So yeah, we'll post this one around. So this one was on Daro. Debunked. Now we're going to do Vimanas a bit more. So if you saw an airship coming to you in ancient times, you'd see that as high technology, wouldn't you? And it's not unfeasible to think that there was humans that had figured it out and then got killed off, and they didn't document it in tablets or scriptures or Sanskrit at the time, because they didn't want the technology to be duplicated or stolen. They wanted to have that technology, then it would be stored in trusted scientist minds that you had in the army or whatever, and it's possible that when they got invaded, the scientists wouldn't reveal how the machine worked or what it will, how to make the airships. And they simply went down the line and cut off each person's head until no one was left, and the information was lost forever, right? How many TV shows have you seen that on? Sci-fi movies and stuff, right? That's very possible. That keep information safe, as you don't write it down, you keep it in your head. And if you kill the last person that has the information, you're pretty much screwed. So yeah, let's have a look on this next one. What is this one? History Channel. how does it begin? I actually have a video, I might play a clip of it. And as an Indian guy, it's a wee bit hard to understand his English, but he also is similar to how I analyse things, and I thought, oh yeah, I might just feature him. Now, just trying to work out which is a good one here. That explains it all, like that last guy. Is there any mention of ancient Indian aircraft or Vimanas in our scriptures? This Indian guy says yes. There are references to flying vehicles known as Vimanas in ancient Indian scriptures, particularly in texts like Vedas, Puranas, and epics such as Mahabharata, which is the one we were looking at to start with, talking about Daro. They're linking that to Daro city, right? Interpretation of these texts are often speculative and have led to various theories and debates. The term Vimana is commonly translated as aircraft or flying chariot. Descriptions of... So if you had an airship though, with a boat underneath, or maybe a boat with wheels on it, so that means it could come on the ground and you could roll it around on the ground and anchor it to the ground when you're on the ground. And also if it come down in the sea, at least you're going to be able to row it around. And if you look at the Easter Island in that documentary, there's some pictures that look like Egyptian head masks and things. You know how they used to wear masks and strange hats and elongated heads. You know, Egyptians had these hats that makes their heads look like they're elongated, and then that makes sense that if airships landed in Maya, Inca, whatever, that they would wrap the skulls to replicate this, see if they can replicate the same shape of their heads, not thinking it's actually not their skull size, but actually just the artisticness of the hats they wore. And of course it makes also sense to have airships with Inca lines, right? So from airships, they're like road maps of where the water supplies would be, or where the main cities would be, and you just follow the carvings, and the different carvings would mean different things. But yeah, a lot of theories were that the Inca lines were directions to water sources, fresh water and all that sort of stuff. I think that a lot of that was covered in early documentaries like In Search Of, and what's the other one? Unsolved Mysteries, was it? Is there anything else we want to get from this one? Okay, so we might just carry on reading that one then. Description of Mars can be found in texts like the Rig Veda. They were often associated with deities and divine beings. For example, the Veda mentions a flying chariot with wings driven by the god Prusian. So it's possible that airships would have sails on them, like we were talking about propellers. They could easily have fold-out wings, like made from linen of some kind or paper, that they used to get the air current to push it along in the direction they want to go faster or whatever. But if you're following the slipstrings, you'd only go in one direction all the time. And you wouldn't be able to have, back then, you wouldn't have motor engines that could go against the wind speed. And as you know, as you go up higher, those wind speeds can be quite fast. So it makes sense that they might have lit out the hydrogen while they travelled, but they may have had ways to, like portable metal, the metal copper combination thing. They may have had a way to build that elsewhere in the world to produce more of it to fill up the airship again. And that might be the reason why some of the pyramids were built in USA, right? South America, Mayan. They may have set up that as a chamber to collect gases as well, to repair airships so they could get back into the sky and get back to Egypt. So that sort of makes sense why the pyramids would always be around that band of slipstream. Again, I cover that in my documentary. Most extensive accounts of flying vehicles are found in the Mahabharata, both of which are ancient Indian epics. One of the most famous instances of Vimana mentioned in the Ramayana was described as a celestial and powerful flying vehicle that could traverse great distances, which airships would do. It's said to have been used by the demon king. Again, that sounds like Egyptians with headdresses on and snakes and stuff, to abduct Sita, the wife of Lord Rama. So did it? Maybe it wasn't the Egyptians as such as I'm saying there, but the people that built the airships before the Egyptians inherited Egypt and the pyramids. It's possible that they pillaged, as they come back down. Most of the people, they would be worshipped as gods from the sky, and the people would give them water and food and everything. But it's possible that they also took females for sex away with them. So yeah, there's all sorts of possibilities when you think about it. So where's a good one to read out here? Where it talks about the script and all that sort of stuff. It was here somewhere. There are many instances of flying planes. Short answer. Short answer. The Vimana was a double-decker circular aircraft with a central dome. Again, that sounds like an airship or a hot air balloon, In this case, a hydrogen balloon. Similar to 20th century flying saucer, a yellowish-white liquid which looked similar to molten gold was used to fuel it. So, yellowish white liquids. So could they have found a way to produce hydrogen gas by dumping this yellow substance into water? That's a good question. I never thought about that. Let's see. What yellow substance produces hydrogen? Be fine if I find something. Fossil gas. Let's see. What is the source of yellow hydrogen? What's that? Yellow hydrogen is a relatively new phrase for hydrogen made through electrolysis using solar power. Okay. I thought we were onto something then. So again, that talks about, the pyramids would would have the Queen's chamber being the oxygen chamber. Remember they talked about acoustics, and these rooms would have acoustics, and they would call them healing rooms. If you went into a Queen's chamber that's mostly oxygen, they use oxygen to repair people after surgery. People heal twice as fast when you got an oxygen mask on, rather than just breathing through your lungs. So yeah, could they have found out that one of the room was life-given, where if you go into the other chamber you'd die because hydrogen would kill you if you just breathed in the hydrogen? And if they walked in there with a candle, boom, boom, well, actually, would it go off? Because the hydrogen would push out the oxygen to a lower level. They would simply the candles would go out and the people would just collapse and die, right? So I don't think it would cause the explosion, because you need the oxygen mixed from the other chamber with it. And the way they had it separated out with the vertical shafts, I don't think that would happen. What green hydrogen versus blue hydrogen? What's all this? And blue, what's blue? Hydrogen production. Okay, we need to put in what yellow chemical mixed with water, because that's, I suppose they could have wine as well. Mixed water. Hydrogen production. Chemical assisted. What mixes with water to make hydrogen? Okay, that could be another way to ask it. There are several pathways to produce hydrogen. Natural gas, reforming, gasification, synthesis gas, a mixture of hydrogen, carbon monoxide, and a small amount of carbon dioxide is created by reacting natural gas with high temperature steam. The carbon monoxide is reacted with water to produce additional hydrogen. So that's one way. Is there any other? Plus baking soda and water make hydrogen. With a catalyst, the ions then react with the water and produce hydrogen and bicarbonates. So could the yellow powder be some form of carbonate? So there we go. This is how you do research, right? And you can just piece it all together. When was carbonate? Because it might have been mixed with sulfur or something like that, gave it the yellow color, right? So there could be some truth in it. When was carbonate found? Calcium carbonate has been detected in nearly all prehistoric cave paintings in the period between 40,000 and 10,000 BC. So it's been around. Epoch, the chalk and limestone powders were actually used by cave artists. So calcium carbonate. mixed with water. What does it say about that again? Carbonate reacts with water that is saturated with carbon dioxide to form the solution calcium bicarbonate. This reaction is important in the erosion of carbonate rock forming caverns that leads to hard water. Usually form a calcium carbonate is hexahydrate. Doesn't mention hydrogen there though. Byproducts. Let's see. Here we go. Catalytic effect of water on calcium carbonate. Decomposition is demonstrated by measuring. Yeah, no. What's the product when calcium reacts with water? It said hydrogen before though, didn't it? What is the product? So H2CO3. Did I get it wrong? Or have I got the wrong product again? Extra water, hydrogen. It's calcium with water. Calcium carbonate doesn't react with pure water, but it does react with carbonic acid. Carbonic acid and the water will dissolve carbon dioxide to produce. Aha, so it could have been a combination of chemicals then. It produces salt. Calcium chloride and calcium gas will be involved. Now we got hydrogen. What did I... Have I gone off track somewhere? Let's go back. Hydrogen. Whereabouts did I read it? Reduce the carbon monoxide is reacted with water to produce additional hydrogen. Natural gas that's talking about there. Whereabouts did I read the other one? Here we go. Reduce hydrogen and bicarbonates. Baking soda. Okay, maybe that's where I got it wrong. Thus, the role of baking soda. So, what is baking soda is what we know. Baking soda. The difference between baking soda and baking powder. Baking powder is bicarb soda pre-mixed with a dry acidic ingredient such as cream of tartar. What's another name for baking soda? Bicarbonate of soda. Okay, so it must be sodium bicarbonate and bicarbonate of soda are other names. Baking powder can be a substitute for baking. So they must have found that out for raisin bread in the early years, because it would have given off the CO2 That's why you have an antacid drinks, isn't it? Difference between baking powder and baking soda. Baking soda, good for you. Acts as a chemical leavener. Sodium hydrogen carbonate. So there's the hydrogen in it. Commonly given, known as baking soda or bicarbonate of soda. Okay, so where is baking soda made? It's made from soda ash, also known as sodium carbonate. So sodium ash is attained in one or two ways. It can be manufactured by passing carbon dioxide and ammonia through a concentrated solution of sodium chloride, table salt. Oh, getting complicated now. So we're talking about pretty much urine and carbon dioxide to form it. How was... Alright, let's see. When was baking soda discovered? Okay, let's see. 1800. So it's not years old though. I was hoping it's going to be ancient people using it. So 1800 sites of baking soda. 1700s it's got here. Well, almost 1800. What gives off hydrogen? Most hydrogen is produced by heating natural gas. So, assume steam would have been around, especially with volcanoes. Would you get natural gas mixing in with it? Would they have discovered it in ancient times? Probably not. But powder with water would make sense. Diverse and domestic resources including fossil fuels, biomass and water, electrolysis. Chemicals mixed with water. You think there'd be a chat? Anyway, I'm going to give up on it in a minute. Questions and answers. What happens if you mix water with liquid hydrogen? What reacts with water to boost hydrogen? Alkali metals. Okay, there we get talking. Usually have higher reactivity than other metals, thus an alkali metal can react. So that's talking about those two metals I was talking about, with the water running through. The reaction is highly exothermic in nature. The metals such as sodium, lithium, and potassium. Now we know sodium is in salt water. Hydrogen gas is added to water. Anyway, weird sites, pure water and water mixtures. So, could it be acid they mixed in? Chemical acid? Because that make it would bubble and froth up, produce a lot of gas. I'll probably have to do more research on this. There's going to be some sort of connection here, I think, though. Anyway, we'll leave it there. This is what I mean. When you research a topic and see if it's possible, and see what's available back how many years, you can spend months researching it and piecing it together, and then produce an episode. That's basically what I was doing. Yeah, so what's the thing I read? Well, if you take a poll, some believe, some don't. I believe flying vehicles existed whether they were man-made or alien. So she's a believer. Who wrote? Okay, let's have a look at that one. And that's one of those things that looks a bit like an airship. But the thing is, it's got propellers. Again, that would fit an airship, but not rocket engines, right? And there's another one, again. Would fit an airship. And maybe they had some sort of equipment inside to produce more hydrogen whenever they wanted to. But that would be a lot of weight, you would think. Okay. So I'm more inclined to think if it existed, it's going to be man-made technology, not aliens here. And the super weapon could easily be, again, like I said, electrostatic weapons. And that works with airships. So, yeah. We can debunk one thing, but not rule it out completely. Where was the thing I was looking for, though? There you go. There we go. The one that looks like a submarine or airship. And who's that? Yeah. It kind of looks like an airship too, doesn't it? Look at that, how they're taking it from the drawings and made a model. With a tail fin for steering and propeller for slowly pulling it along. So if you're low on altitude to start with, you probably would want some sort of wind producer at the front there until you get to the right altitude in the slipstream. Yeah, where's the thing I read here? Because there's a reason I got this. I think there was one person that did a good write-up, but I can't remember which one it was now. My eyes are slowly deteriorating again. Where was it? I know it's here somewhere. Yeah, what's this one? So much reading you have to do on this. The Wright brothers. So it's saying here the concept of Vimanas and ancient flying machines is primarily found in ancient Indian texts, particularly in the Sanskrit epics and religious scriptures. So why is it not in other news items or science books? The most notable references I found in texts like we read that before. They're all pretty much saying the same thing here. So what's that one saying? The problem is you have to expand all these ones. It's quite annoying. Oh, here we go. So let's have a read of this one. A female Indian. Okay. Let's just read that out. Where's it gone? Here we go again. Read loud. Here we go.
B. Sharma. Lives in Chandigarh, India, 1978, present. Author has 5.8k answers and 1.2 m answer views October 31. Related, are Vimanas part of man's ancient flying technology that was lost knowledge? Vimanas are a recurring topic in ancient Indian texts, including some Hindu, Sanskrit, and Jain scriptures. They are often described as flying vehicles or chariots used by gods and ancient beings in various mythological narratives. Vimanas are typically depicted as magnificent and advanced aerial vehicles capable of traveling through the skies and even into outer space. However, it is important to note that Vimanas are primarily found in religious and mythological texts, and there is no concrete historical or archaeological evidence to suggest that these flying machines were ever real, let alone part of any lost technological knowledge.
Now, when you think about it, if it was an airship made from wood and paper, that would just disintegrate into nothing, right? But if they're talking about these mechanical metal and stone craft, then there should be evidence that they existed. So I still think my theory of airships is more correct than any of these. And of course, airships would only go to certain altitudes before it killed the people, and certainly wouldn't go into space. Well, I suppose technically they'd break up, and the gas that was in it, hydrogen, would go into space eventually, and further into space over time with the solar wind dragging it away from the Earth's top of the atmosphere.
Knowledge. The descriptions of Vimanas in ancient texts are generally considered to be symbolic, mythological, or allegorical in nature, rather than representing actual historical or technological records. They are more likely expressions of the vivid imaginations and cosmological beliefs of the societies in which these texts were written. While the idea of ancient civilizations possessing advanced flying technology and then losing that knowledge is a popular theme in some speculative and pseudoscientific literature, it lacks substantial empirical evidence. The study of ancient technology and
Of course, I've explained that maybe they didn't write it down, how to build them, because they wanted to pursue the technology for their own gain, instead of it falling into enemy hands. Like if you had a book of blueprints on the airship with you and you all get killed, and then someone reads the book and uses that technology against you, you don't want that to happen, do you? So it makes sense that you'd have some people that can, maybe each person, maybe have 5 people that can do various 5 stages, modularize it, I mean. So they only know how to do part of it, and altogether they got the complete ship, right? How to make the light fabric that keeps the gas in. Apparently even helium seeps through mylar, right? That's why it comes down. It gradually loses the gas through the material. So you'd always have to keep replenishing it somehow. So they may have had a portable replenisher, and if they wanted to come down, they'd have to lose some of the gas to start coming back down, because it won't hold up all the weight. So they had to lose gas to come back down, unless they threw a rope with a weight on it and grabbed hold of something, I guess, is another possibility. But then again, you'd keep going up, so you'd have to have the right buoyancy, and I suppose you could have it flying at 1,000 feet constantly if you got it right. So yeah, I still think an airship is very plausible, and of course there wouldn't be much of that left behind. And maybe the evidence is the Great Pyramid. But what was inside it to produce the hydrogen gas got looted, right? All the metals and stuff, copper, would have got looted and sold on. So especially if it was a advanced race of humans that got taken over, killed off, and then no one knew what to do with the pyramid machine, so they simply melted down all the metal and used it for other things.
and engineering has not produced credible support for the existence of such advanced flying machines. In summary, Vimanas are fascinating elements of ancient Indian mythology, but there is no credible historical or archaeological basis to suggest that they were part of any lost technological knowledge of ancient flying technology. They are best understood within the context of ancient religious and mythological narrative.
Well, there you go. So, I used to not think the Vimanas were actually real, but now I think they could have been airships. So yeah, I've changed my mind. There you go. That would make another good update documentary, where Vimanas actually airships and connected to Egypt. You know, the slipstream idea that I originally wrote. It could expand on that. So yeah. But yeah, it talks about when the Indians traced the script, they found it was written by a particular person in 1920s, and it could have been fabricated. So so we got the other aspects there as well. Anyway, I think there's probably more throughout that website there on that sort of stuff. It's just that I've missed it somewhere. So we're going to look at this one here about the crater. We'll just read out that one. So we got another one here talking about debunked. Maybe that's where I found the information. Oh no, this one's talking about other things. Debunked. A nuclear war would make Earth uninhabitable and humans extinct. Now this guy has put together an interesting piece of information here. Bachelor of Science, first class. What was the year he wrote it though? So he's saying that maybe that's not true, that we're being lied to, that a nuclear war would wipe out Earth. I thought that was kind of interesting. Now he's talking about decay rates here as well. And he's saying there's going to be no nuclear winter. So that's another interesting one to read out, I guess. And we got this guy here talking about Vimanas, and also he talks about that the Vimanas were meant to have had this yellow substance which was meant to be mercury vortex engines or whatever, and that NASA has been experimenting with such engines. So I found this one here. Space startup Apollo Fusion wants to use mercury as a fuel. So they're using mercury in iron engines. How, I don't know. SpaceX has been pioneering reusable rockets for years. NASA is contemplating selling its soul to the highest bidder. And a Russian startup is building a nuclear engine for future rockets. But amid all these shake-ups and innovatives in space sector, you might have missed the one Silicon Valley startup whose new technology should probably receive more attention. Bloomberg Newsweek reports an Apollo Fusion, a new company designing a propulsion system for rocket engines that would use mercury as a fuel. Mercury has promise in this field, but launching any rocket using this system would entail the risk of spreading a toxic substance through the atmosphere, especially if it exploded as well. So how's this idea work? The idea of using mercury, it's got some pop-up. Where's that coming up? Close. Okay. Where do we get to? The idea of using mercury as a spacecraft fuel is not exactly new. NASA experimented with mercury in the 60s during the CERT missions. The two spacecraft in this series, CERT 1 and CERT 2, were designed to test the concept of ion propulsion. With an ion engine, powerful magnets in the spacecraft pushed away small charged particles at high speeds, generating thrust. Today's ion engines commonly use krypton or xenon. Recently deceased Dawn spacecraft used a... So I don't think that would be powerful enough to be used in the atmosphere myself. But certainly in space it wouldn't matter about it being toxic. So again, it could be a two-engine system rocket that you could use, one that launches it up there into space, and then this ion electrical engine system kicks in using a nuclear battery or engine. I could see that happening. Mercury is much heavier than xenon, so spacecraft carrying them would be able to generate more thrust. Of course, mercury is also dangerous neurotoxin, so NASA stopped using it after CERT. Pilot Fusion is planning to bring Mercury back, at least according to collection of industry insiders. If they're successful, they could provide low-cost, high-powered ion engines for satellites and spacecraft. So it's not talking about rockets launching rockets, but using it in space. But if they are not, they could risk sharing the atmosphere with toxic mercury. So if it's in space and they burn up, would that shower mercury? I guess it could do. For all shakes, we just have to hope a pilot fusion decides to pick a different fuel. So yeah, talking about Vimanas using mercury vortex engines, it doesn't sound like a really good idea, does it? So where'd that idea come from? That's a good question, though. Anyway, just have a play, listen to this guy. Won't play it all. Hopefully we won't get we'll play it under fair use and we'll give him a plug. I don't think he's probably got more subs than I have, probably. 7,000, so he's doing alright. 100,000 views, he's doing pretty good. So you can see it's a popular thing. Now before I play that though, I want to look up the mercury vortex engine. Okay, what does it make a reference to? Yeah, there you go, Vimana. Unnamed aerial vehicle created 8 years before discovery of manned aerial vehicle by the Wright brothers claimed to use. Okay, let's have a look at reader this one. So we're talking about 1900s here, 1800s. When was the Wright brothers? Okay, it's talking about NASA again. And the same thing that we just read out. Operated out of mercury vortex engines. Now, where did that come from? Okay, history. So, yeah. Can we read it out, maybe? It's all important to understand and all, I guess.
Mercury vortex engine. An unnamed aerial vehicle created 8 years before the discovery of manned aerial vehicle by the Wright brothers claimed to use the ancient technology. The propulsion materials used consisted of mercury, xenon, argon, krypton, hydrogen, and different thrusters like ion thrusters, plasma thrusters, and Hall thrusters. Mercury vortex engine is the forerunner of today's ion thrusters. This is NASA's ambitious project going on. History. Vedas are viewed as one of the most established reports in mankind, which showed different Vimanas, vehicles, and drive as old as 7,000 years. Vimanas like Jalayan, vehicle operating on water, Kara, vehicle working on ground and water like air cushion vehicle, Tritala, 3-story space vehicle, Trichakra Vimana, vehicle working in air like plane, Vayu Ratha, vehicle worked by wind or gas, Vidyut Ratha, vehicle working on sunlight-based power. These Vimanas were working with various driving forces materials like mercury, xenon, argon, krypton, hydrogen, and various thrusters like ion thrusters, plasma thrusters, and Hall thrusters. Ion thrusters are upgrades of mercury vortex propulsion. What is mercury propulsion system? Numerous Vimanas utilized mercury engines. In mercury engines, propellants are formed by catching liquid air from the environment in their tanks. To warm the air, mercury is inserted into the expansion chamber. As a superheated AM, it is appropriate for clinical consideration. As the nozzle fills, plasma air expands. Might mercury at any point be used for propulsion? The Space Electric Propulsion Test, SERT, program was when NASA tried Mercury, fully intent on figuring out how to transform the component into something different. NASA could possibly benefit from involving Mercury as fuel in its space apparatus. Utilizing as our main component, a hydrogen peroxide weighs 10-fold the amount of a xenon or krypton, the substance being utilized in ion engines right now. What is Mercury vortex technology? In ancient history, a Mercury vortex engine was developed and propelled in light of the Hindu ion engine of the same name that has been applied of late. It was common for Vimanas to utilize Mercury engines. Gas or liquid nitrogen-filled propellant tanks are utilized in Mercury engines. Working of a Mercury vortex engine. An electromagnetic field coil inside a closed condenser loaded up with liquid or vapor mercury, keeping the core axis vertical to the shaft.
Now, how would that be invented before the Wright brothers? That's the sort of thing Tesla might be working on, though. Yeah, it's a bit far-fetched, I think. But anyway, just keep on going.
Shaft. Vertical heat exchanger coils protrude through the ring conductor. Ring conductor is additionally called as directional gyro armature. Whenever the heat exchanger coils are energized, the ring conductor is shot high up, which lifts the airplane in the air when the current is controlled by a rheostat. Lift is recovered in light of the close proximity of the magnetic field to the ring conductor. Might mercury at any point be used as rocket fuel? As opposed to liquid rocket fuel, mercury isn't reliable. In any event, when mercury is transformed into gas, little yet significant reactions lead to little energy delivery and bring about gases containing high molecular weight. Therefore, mercury-fueled rockets will have a low specific impulse since their exhaust flow will be essentially lower than other rocket types. Other than being harmful, mercury is one of the principal agents of climate change. Why is mercury not used as fuel? This spacecraft carries heavier mercury than xenon or krypton, so mercury can produce significantly more power when conveyed to the International Space Station, ISS. This likewise has the burdens of being noxious and hence preventing NASA from leading exploration on Mercury in the present. Demerits of Mercury vortex propulsion. The dangers of Mercury vortex propulsion are when the liquid metal mercury is heated, it gives forth a hot vapor. This vapor is deadly poisonous, because if the liquid metal mercury is made radioactive and heated sufficiently to emit radiation, any leaks in the mercury would, therefore, be a double danger to the crew and maintenance personnel of any vehicle powered by a mercury vapor turbine. References.
Yeah, so that discounts it. But, yeah, so it hasn't got enough power to be used in the atmosphere, but in space it would. And like they use mercury in gold mine, it binds with gold apparently, and then they heat it up to evaporate it. But some of the people, the poor people, do it over open fires and they're breathing those toxic gas, and eventually they get killed. So, unmanned aerial vehicles created 8 years before. So, what did it talk about that though? Before the Wright brothers, that had to be airships, right? It had to be using ancient technology. It had to be balloons, you know, airship balloons. So yeah, again, that's a bit of nonsense. Anyway, moving on. We have a play of this guy.
I know about you, but I'm sick.
Like I said, it's going to be hard to understand. But anyway, we'll see how we go.
Sick and tired of these big name creators peddling this conspiracy theory of Vimanas. These
So far he said he's sick of the big name creators. Hey, me too. So I guess we're not going to get anyone come on voice, so I might as well just close that down there. If you want to come on voice, let me know. I think we've got people dropping off now because it's getting late, especially in UK, unfortunately. I did start early, though. I started an hour early to be fair to people in UK, and of course they didn't show up. So my question is, do I keep on doing these open line shows or not, with the more positive side of the UFO field, or do I just give up and just do my other regular show with looking at UFO videos and analysis? Let me know in the comments. Let me know in the side chat even. So he's sick of the creators out there, all the shells out there promoting lots of crap. He's an Indian guy, so this is quite interesting, I find.
Ancient Indian aircrafts that were far more advanced than any modern aircraft. They apparently had advanced modern weapons, could turn invisible and travel between planets. And these are being peddled by creators like Abhi Neo, Beer Biceps, Praveen Mohan and Big Brain Co. All of them are huge, more than a million subscriber.
So are the Indians, because I haven't heard of any of them. Yeah, I've already gone Security, Cousin Bros, Third Phase, Goof On, blah blah blah. Into Thin Air. They're huge, more than 1 million subscriber. And they're the ones peddling this nonsense that we've just gone over.
Pages. And now the ideas have gotten so out of hand that these American conspiracy theorist pages have gotten a hold of it.
Sanskrit texts of the Hindu and Buddhist tradition gives a vivid description of a flying craft called Vimana.
Now I can't just go around calling this a conspiracy theory. What evidence do I have? That is exactly what I'm going to present in this video. We're going to look at where all this came from, what all its claims are, and how all this became so popular. And we'll also look at the physics of all this, whether all this is physically possible. And you don't have to take my word for it. We'll look at what actual aeronautical engineers.
So he's doing basically what I'm doing today, which is kind of good. And he may give it in a quicker summary video here.
Have to say about all this. Next time you see anyone sharing anything about Vimanas from ancient India, share this video with them because this has everything about it. Let's.
There's a good advertising promo, so we're helping them out here. Share this video when everyone talks about flying machines, India.
begin.
Unfortunately, he's got music, naughty boy. Yeah, it's probably copyrighted too. So we won't play it all, but we'll just play a good chunk of it here, and then I'll post the link and you can watch the rest of it.
1952, we have this man, G.R. Joycer, the founder of the International Academy of Sanskrit Research, who reveals to the world that a manuscript exists which talks about the design of aircrafts and its features and capabilities, and it exists in the Radiative Sanskrit library in Baroda. In 1959, a Hindi translation of the book, and in 1973, an English translation called the Vaimanika Shastra are published. This is
So he's telling you it was, the book was produced in 1933, but I think it was first scripted and written up in 1920s, I think.
Where all the popular depictions of Vimanas that we see today are derived from. Now, he never claimed to have written them himself. They were from this man, Pandit Subbarya Shastri, who composed it in the 1920s. Now, I'll leave.
Oh, there you go, 1920s. And then it got written into a book in 1933 is what he's saying there. We have to go through it all.
Sources for all I've said and all I'm about to say in the description below, so you don't have to take my word for it. This Subbarya Shastri is a curious character himself. His story I thought was really interesting. He was born in a village in Hosur, Tamil Nadu. He was struck by tragedy at a young age with the death of his parents and poverty and disease. He decides he's done with life and goes to spend his life.
So comes from poor background and all that, comes up with the idea to make money.
Last days in a forest. But instead of meeting his end, he meets a mystical man, Sri Guruji Maharaj, who had divine mystical powers. Again, all this information is in Shastri's autobiography, which was published in the 1970s. Now, what did Guruji do? With one touch, he healed Shastri and made him fit and healthy again. He taught him all the Vedas and Shastras and imbued him with divine enlightenment. But he also wanted him to protect this knowledge and not to go engage in public discussions and debates much about all this stuff. This Guruji seems to know exactly how to make.
Indian guru seems to know exactly how to make skeptics believe him over the years.
Skeptics believe him. Over the years, he learns the Shastras and also gains the knowledge of the Vaimanaka Shastra, which is our main focus today. The full text of which I have linked in the sources. You can read for yourself. This knowledge comes from Maharshi Bharadwaj, a Vedic sage who is said to have been an architect and an engineer thousands of years ago. I have to interrupt the story and add a few lines here. You may feel that I'm presenting these stories in a manner that makes it sound less believable. That I'm presenting all these mystical origin stories with divine enlightenment and all that in an attempt to make it easier to debunk or whatever. You can read what's actually written in these texts. It's exactly this. It's these creators who talk about the Vimanas who skip over these sketchy origin stories fearing instant dismissal. Now you might ask me, hey Pranav, isn't it weird that anyone would have an origin story like this and expect the public to accept this? That's the thing. This was a time when people would accept divine mystical origin stories like these, especially when
especially religious.
such stories have a religious connection. There are more such stories which came out during the 1900s claiming divine origins. Vedic maths is one such. I've talked about it here in this video. Another would be the electric battery idea from the Agastya Samhita.
Electric battery. So that's not the Baghdad one then.
India is a land where there was a time when you could claim mystical origin.
Now, if they had electric battery, then they could easily make hydrogen, right? From water.
For something and people would completely believe you without asking questions.
Yeah, so although we can debunk it, we can also see that there might be some truth to it. We'll never know, I guess. If it's not written down and there's no evidence of it being dug up anywhere of what was actually the real things, if they really existed, we'll never know. But I still think airships, batteries, all that is very possible. And also, the other thing, when I was talking about electrostatic, you could probably charge that up in batteries from the airship itself and then use that for making hydrogen. So there, another connection thing I never thought about. Yeah, I really should do another documentary, shouldn't I? Documentary part 2, airships, ancient airships.
Some people unfortunately are still living in such a time. Now back to the story. Shastri returns back to his village, a learned Sanskrit scholar, and becomes famous. He is this knowledgeable, enlightened soul who knows everything. He becomes a mystic. People come seeking his blessings, his advice, and his opinions. Just before the 1900s, he travels to
Mumbai,
where he meets several important people. One of them is Shivkar Babuji Talpade, who was constructing an aircraft and wanted Shastri's advice on Vimanas and the
Yeah, it's pretty complicated, isn't it?
Vaimanaka Shastra. We'll see him later on in this video also because his story is also interesting, so keep an eye out for that. But for now, let's focus on Shastri. He comes back and composes the Vaimanaka Shastra around 1920. He dictates it to a man named G.V. Sharma who keeps it in his possession after Shastri dies. It then goes to the Sanskrit library mentioned and then to G.R. Chaucer, who publishes the English translation we are familiar with today. This is the shady
Okay, shady, sketchy origins of the Vimanas that we never hear about. Okay, here we go.
Sketchy origins of the Vimanas that we never hear about. All we ever hear about are the awesomeness of the aircraft and the innovativeness of the technology and all that flashy stuff which generates all the clicks and views, which is all some creators care about. Yes, I'm calling you out, beer biceps. Alright, so that's where all this comes from, but how did it get so popular? This man, David Childress, really popular.
No, not Childress. Really popular conspiracy theorist. That guy talks out of shit all the time.
Theorist. In 1991, he writes a book called Vimana, Ancient Aircraft of India and Atlantis. Atlantis, if you didn't know, is another popular conspiracy theorist buzzword. Anyway, he's really big among conspiracy theorists, and this and multiple other books that feature the Vimana become popular. In the 2000s, he becomes a writer for a show called Ancient Aliens, which is a conspiracy theory show that has been criticized for sensationalizing things that are not based on fact,
you don't say.
as if they are factual. This show has multiple episodes featuring the Vimana, and this popularized the idea even more. In fact, this show is where creators like Abhi and Nuke got the idea for their video from. I've explored it here in this video. Viewers see videos like these and honestly believe that all this technology is real and end up distorting their own sense of reality. Almost all creators today who make content on Vimanas get their information from these conspiracy theorists who get their information from Ancient Aliens who get it from this book, the Vaimanika Shastra, which comes
goes
from
back to
this
one
man,
source.
Pandit Subbaraya Shastri. We've discussed the sketchy origins of this book and how it became so popular, but none of
So, if it was an ancient religious text, is he saying it was all forged then in 1920? Is it like flying carpets?
that invalidates it. That would be a genetic fallacy. We call out fallacious logic on this channel, not committed. What invalidates it is the fact that it doesn't physically work. So let's look at what the Vaimanika Shastra means from an engineering perspective. How does anything fly? Take this rock. If it's simply in the air like this, it's gonna fall because of gravity, which is a force pulling everything downward. So if something has to stay up, it needs some equivalent
balloon or airship.
opposite upward force that counteracts this gravity. Now let's see some real world objects that can fly and see where they get this force from. Planes have wings that are shaped in such a way that when the plane
Yeah, but they didn't know about the airfall and creating a difference in force because of the shape. Wind passes very quickly here and it's got longer distance to travel over here, so it causes a lift.
moves forward and air flows over the wings, that generates an upward force that counteracts this downward weight or gravity acting on the plane to keep it in the air. The upward force is generated through a combination of the difference in pressure between the upper and
There's
lower.
no way they would have known that by studying birds 12,000 years ago. Highly unlikely, but you never know. Can't rule it out, I guess.
Parts of the wing through Bernoulli's principle and the wing directing or pushing the air down, which by Newton's third law results in the air pushing the plane up against gravity. Helicopters using its propellers push the air down, and that pushing force is equal to its weight, and the air, by Newton's third law again, pushes the helicopter.
Isn't it one of those Russian helicopters?
Hot air balloons, as the name suggests, uses hot air which is less dense than atmospheric air. It creates a buoyant force which pushes it up. Rockets burn fuel, creating exhaust fumes which get pushed out in one direction, pushing the rocket in the other direction. This discussion of basic mechanics of flight is not present in a book that is supposedly the first of its kind, and
yeah, so there's no science because in a religious book, isn't it? Religious scripts.
Instead, the book directly jumps into the construction of these aircrafts and even the training of the pilots, the food and the clothing for these pilots, and civil aviation and combat mechanics and warfare. Almost like this is straight out of some sci-fi movie. Moreover, these
So it sounds like it's fabricated then, doesn't it?
illustrations that we see of popular depictions of Vimanas in images and videos and everything, these were never there in the original manuscripts. These
So they weren't in the original manuscripts, so what was?
illustrations
Only came out in 1973.
came
There
out
we
in
go.
the 1973 publication of the English translation of the Vaimanika Shastra. Let's now look at what actual aeronautical engineers have to say about Vimanas. And I've brought this up in multiple previous videos. Every single time I've seen people taking the Vaimanika Shastra seriously. In 1974, 5 mechanical and aeronautical engineers from the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, published a paper, a critical study of the work Vaimanika Shastra, linked below.
Yeah, I think I've read that and covered it in past live
This
shows.
paper is such an absolute slam dunk in the faces of those who take Vimana seriously that I'm surprised it's not more popular. This is a critical analysis from an engineering perspective of the science and technology
Not science!
in the text. Here are some of my favorite lines from the paper. The author, whoever he be, shows a complete lack of understanding of the dynamics of flight of a heavier than air aircraft. The height and width of the craft, in our opinion, are in such proportion as to put its stability in serious question. It can be stated that the craft is a decided impossibility. The planes described above are at best poor concoctions rather than the expressions of something real. The engineers from the 1970s were savage. I think this is more than sufficient to conclude at this point that the Vimanas are nothing but a figment of its author's imagination. But there's more to the story. Remember this man?
Yeah, so we've sort of covered some of that too. So it sounds like it was fabricated. But what was really in these manuscripts then? Probably those, like that lightning rod phrase, right? Come from the air on chariots. It might be just flying horses, flying elephants. I think there was elephants mentioned in that phrase, wasn't there?
Shivkar Babuji Talpade. He is believed to have flown an aircraft whose construction was based on the Vaimanika Shastra. What about that?
So that might be that one 8 years before the Wright brothers, is it?
In 1895, on Mumbai's Chowpatty beach, an unmanned aircraft flies. 8 years before the Wright brothers ever flew
There we go.
first aircraft. This is seen by an audience of several onlookers and it's flown by this man, Shivkar Babuji Talpade. Or so the story goes. There is no evidence of such an event ever happening, despite claims.
So it's not documented in history books then. So it's added in a fictitious character and device.
Of several eyewitnesses, none have ever come forward. There is no evidence of the existence of such an aircraft despite claims that it was sold to Hindustan Aeronautics Limited. From the descriptions of the aircraft itself, you can say that it's physically impossible. For instance, it was cylindrical and didn't have any wings or vertical takeoff. Then how did it fly? It used mercury as a fuel. How can something that doesn't burn, that doesn't combust, be used as a fuel? And I've heard claims that NASA's only now developing an ion engine that uses mercury as a fuel. Ion engines are a kind of electric propulsion.
So we just covered that earlier in more detail. Uses vapor, electric pulse.
Used in spacecrafts, not
Only used in spacecraft, but no good for atmosphere.
on Earth, where atoms are ionized and ejected out using electricity, and this is used to propel the craft forward. It doesn't involve any burning or combustion but can only be used in space. Mercury was used.
There you go. So he's basically covering all the same thing with it. So that's very good. So yeah, I'll give you a link to that. In fact, we almost played all of it, but we added under fair use our own additional comments there. So yeah, he sums it up pretty good there. Anyway, it looks like we got none left watching on YouTube, so we just rounded off on that, I think. Although I was going to read out some other bits there. I'll just get a bit long now. 4:30, I should really finish up Indian debunker, Vimanas, fake. So flying elephants and flying chariots has nothing to do with these exotic craft. Still, 8 years before the Wright brothers, could have been a hot air balloon or hydrogen balloon, and there could have been people witness it. And of course, it being a basket and cloth, easy to crash down in the sea, disappear, blah blah blah. So yeah. So that was about surviving nuclear, and that one was about the Iceland thing. So we got time to read out those and wrap up for the day. So I did actually ask Bing about this as well. I think it summed it up somewhere. Where's our chat disappeared to? Here, was it? Was it trashed it? Looks like it's trashed it. That's a bit of a shame. What did I ask it now? Contacts. Go forward. Well, that's pretty crappy. Doesn't keep the history. Replace the ads. Oh, here we go. I got something pop up here. Bing generator. No, where's the history? Been removed. Oh, this sucks. Anyway, I was going to show you that come up with some information. But anyway, let's just have a read of this one, these last two, and end it there before 5 hours.
Share.
No.
On a bright July day 2 years ago, Kurt Jaeger was in a helicopter flying over northwest Greenland, an expanse of ice, sheer white and sparkling. Soon, his target came into view, Hiawatha Glacier, a slow-moving sheet of ice more than a kilometer thick. It advances on the Arctic Ocean not in a straight wall, but in a conspicuous semicircle, as though spilling out of a basin. Jaeger, a geologist at the Natural History Museum of Denmark in Copenhagen, suspected the glacier was hiding an explosive secret. The helicopter landed near the surging river that drains the glacier, sweeping out rocks from beneath it. Jaeger had 18 hours to find the mineral crystals that would confirm his suspicions. What he brought home clinched the case for a grand discovery. Hidden beneath Hiawatha is a 31-kilometer-wide impact crater, big enough to swallow Washington, D.C., Jaeger and 21 co-authors report today in a paper in Science Advances. The crater was left when an iron asteroid 1.5 kilometers across slammed into Earth, possibly within the past 100,000 years. Though not as cataclysmic as the dinosaur-killing Chicxulub impact, which carved out a 200-kilometer-wide crater in Mexico about 66 million years ago, the Hiawatha impactor, too, may have left an imprint on the planet's history. The timing is still up for debate, but some researchers on the Discovery team believe the asteroid struck at a crucial moment, roughly 13,000 years ago, just as the world was thawing from the last ice age. That would mean it crashed into Earth when mammoths and other megafauna were in decline.
So there was an asteroid impact that killed off the dinosaurs, and this one here might be related to the Indian Nuke story.
Decline and people were spreading across North America. Sign up for the Science Advisor newsletter.
No.
The latest news, commentary, and research.
No.
Sign up. The impact would have been a spectacle for anyone within 500 kilometers. A white fireball 4 times larger and 3 times brighter than the sun would have streaked across the sky. If the object struck an ice sheet, it would have tunneled through to the bedrock, vaporizing water and stone alike in a flash. The resulting explosion packed the energy of 701 megaton nuclear bombs, and even an observer hundreds of kilometers away would have experienced a buffeting shock wave, a monstrous thunderclap, and hurricane-force winds.
So that sort of fits the
Later,
Indian story,
rock debris
doesn't
might
it?
have rained down on North America and Europe, and the released steam, a greenhouse gas, could have locally warmed Greenland, melting even more ice. The news of the impact discovery has reawakened an old debate among scientists who study ancient climate. A massive impact on the ice sheet would have sent meltwater pouring into the Atlantic Ocean, potentially disrupting the conveyor belt of ocean currents and causing temperatures
Could be
to
the
plunge,
Great Flood.
especially in the northern hemisphere. What would it mean for species or life at the time? It's a huge open question, says Jennifer Marlin, a paleoclimatologist at Yale University. A decade ago, a small group of scientists proposed a similar scenario. They were trying to explain a cooling event, more than 1,000 years long, called the Younger Dryas, which began 12,800 years ago, as the last ice age was ending. Their controversial solution was to invoke an extraterrestrial agent, the impact of one or more comets. The researchers proposed that besides changing the plumbing of the North Atlantic, the impact also ignited wildfires across 2 continents that led to the extinction of large mammals and the disappearance of the mammoth-hunting Clovis people of North America.
Okay, so again, could fit in with India right there. Set the place on fire and caused glass-like stuff and mountain of bricks, and people knocked down in the street.
America. The research group marshaled suggestive but inconclusive evidence, and few other scientists were convinced. But the idea caught the public's imagination despite an obvious limitation: no one could find an impact crater. Proponents of a Younger Dryas impact now feel vindicated. I'd unequivocally predict that this crater is the same age as the Younger Dryas, says James Kennett, a marine geologist at the University of California, Santa Barbara, one of the idea's original boosters. But Jay Milosh, an impact crater expert at Purdue University in West Lafayette, Indiana, doubts the strike was so recent. Statistically, impacts the size of Hiawatha occur only every few million years, he says, and so the chance of one just 13,000 years ago is small. No matter who is right, the discovery will give ammunition to Younger Dryas impact theorists, and will turn the Hiawatha impactor into another type of projectile. This is a hot potato, Milosh tells Science. You're aware you're going to set off a firestorm? It started with a hole. In 2015, Jayer and a colleague were studying a new map of the hidden contours under Greenland's ice. Based on variations in the ice's depth and surface flow patterns, the map offered a coarse suggestion of the bedrock topography, including the hint of a hole under Hiawatha. Jayer recalled a massive iron meteorite in his
Yeah, so they're saying it's going to be documented. So I wonder if it's on that stone tablet that we talked about last time. So yeah, I'll leave it there. Radar pictures, blah blah blah. So yeah, it kind of fits, and that's recently new information there. Proof of a nuke blast from meteorite in Greenland. Kind of fits what we're looking for, doesn't it? Maybe I'm the first one to bring that one up. I don't know. But Out There channel doesn't get much credit. But yeah, that's what you can find out when you do a bit of research. And of course, I think what I said to Bing here, Bing chat. How do we get it to ask it more questions? Co-pilot, that's now called. I think I asked, how did, how do you spell it? Daro, what's the first word? I forgot how to spell it. Daro. What's the first word? It's completely out of my head. Dohajo. What was it now? Jen. Mohenjo Daro. Joe. No, that's not. Henna. Oh God. My brain's gone. Jen. Jaro. Daro. Something like that wasn't it? People in street diet. I wish I didn't delete what I had there. It would have made it a lot easier. Let's see if it can figure it out. I think it might have, or has it got something else? Let's have a read. Did it figure it out what I was trying to say? There, that Mohen. The ancient city of Mohen, located present-day Pakistan. Intrigued historian, archaeologist. Around 4,000 years ago, Daro was part of Indus Valley. That's it, Indus Valley. I remember that. In upmost layers, architects found squalid makeshift dwellings, a clearless mix of residential and industrial spaces. Over 40 sprawled skeletons scattered across the street. Only 40. I went to all the others. The remains led to various theories. One prominent hypothesis proposed by Sir Mortimer Wheeler suggested a violent massacre. According to Wheeler, the Indus civilization fell victim to armed invasion by Indo-Aryans, nomadic newcomers from the northwest. Was that like Vikings? Yeah, the Vikings did rape, pillage, and kill everywhere. The scene was haunting. In one area, 2 skeletons lay on stairway, seemingly intending to crawl up the street. Elsewhere, 9 individuals strangely contorted. Despite these findings, the exact cause of their demise remains shrouded in mystery. Was it truly a massacre, or did some other factors So he didn't talk about the nuclear thing here. Theories, hell. No. I've already forgotten how to spell it. Mohenjo Daro. People died. Oh, here we go. It's getting more stuff now. Oh, quite a bit of theories anyway. So let's have a look. Violent invaders, floods, and waterborne diseases. Well, if that comet or meteorite struck, then it would have caused floods, yes. Also suggests the city was suffered from extensive flooding and changes in course of the river around 700 BC, but not 1200,000 years ago. Recent investigations revealed evidence of flooding through layers of silty clay. Natural disasters, while invaded forces remain one theory, others propose city abandonment resulted in sudden change in the course of the river, decay, and some archaeologists, including Sir Morgan, suspect that the decay of Daro and his Hispanic civilization was due to vague galleries of the Indus rather than the pressure from invaders. Positive evidence for armed invasion remains scarce. Okay. But nothing about nuclear there, nuclear disaster. Or comet. How about asteroid or nuke war? Section add should be added to it. And it's repeating the same thing, is it? Oh right, no, it's added a nuclear war now. Okay. There we go. Now we got the ones we're after. Natural nuclear sensational claims sensational atom bomb explosion around 1500 BC. However, there isn't substantial evidence supporting this hypothesis, and no serious study has confirmed radioactivity at the site. There you go. So that was fake news that we were talking about earlier too. Meteorite strike or natural disaster. Some believe that meteorite strike or other natural disaster caused the blast that wiped out. The exact cause remains a mystery, but the city's fate continues. So it still could be a meteorite. So that's probably most likely nothing to do with gods with weapons, but gods from space. Gods being meteorites and asteroids and comet explosions and all sorts. But just leave it there. I was going to read out this one here, talking about surviving nuclear war. Not sure if we're going to do another special show. Let me know in the comments if you want me to keep on doing more. But we could just extend onwards next time, the rest of this. But I'll post a link to it. You can have a read just in case I don't do it. It's a good chance that I might not do it. But I've had enough, and looks like other people have because no one's here. So I might close that down. I'll say goodbye up there. And I'll post the last one here. Surviving Nukes. So I guess the preppers with all their food might have the right idea, huh? And having solar cells and Faraday cages and all that sort of stuff. There we go. So I'm going to say goodnight now and run up the credits. Thank Mike for your donation. I'm not sure you're there now. I know it's going to be really late in the morning for you, like 5 or 4. I know you said you're going to do some other stuff. So yeah, I'm not sure what to do on the show front. Am I wasting my time? Did you like what I did today? Hit a like on it. Do post a comment. I do read everything, and I do reply to everything. And it's rare to get people saying nice things. I get a lot of hate comments and people calling me idiot and whatnot. But there you go. I just provided you all the stuff. I didn't make an episode summing it all up, and where most people would insult you and attack you. But at least you got all the references and things. I think I was very fair there. I still think airships is a possibility. There may be some truth in the stories, and I reckon the meteorite and the nuclear thing could be more realistic there and also possible. But anyway, say good night. Thanks for joining us for all this time. I think we had the most people on Rumble, up to 10 watching. But we never get many people talking on Rumble. Yeah, I think it's too loud there. Okay, that's good. Yeah, now I'll be shutting down the streams. Take care on the roads. And I'll see you tomorrow. I've got a live show to fix up for that tomorrow. And videos of UFOs and stuff to go over. Okay, time to drop off. Showing about Odyssey today. I have to find out about it. I'm going to end Tilt, Rumble, and Twitch, and